Guppy's head.
Actual list begin now. Guppy's head. Classic. 1 rune charge, fly spawner. Obviously it's a Guppy item, so I think it has to be... I think Guppy items should all... We didn't rank Hairball yet. Would you rank Hairball at B+ or B-?
I
forget what we said.
Probably,
I think we said
this before. Probably B- for Hairball.
Right. I do think this one is at least low B+. The thing with this item that I like is that it's just so free. You use it every room. This is like better. Like this basically does nothing for bosses, I'll be honest. But well, that's not necessarily true. You could have some battery synergies and it's not bad. But actually this with 9 volt's really good. That being said, it's more so great because every single room you can just use it, and then you can kill like a few enemies for free, like instantly.
I also actually think the fact that it's an active Guppy item is better than if it was passive because it means you keep the transformation progress even if you
like pick it up and then re-roll it
or something. Yeah, you can also pick it up and re-roll it and you get the transformation progress and get an extra item. It's actually good that it's an active.
That's a fair enough point. I feel like I wonder if it kind of evens out because I feel like when you don't have reroll effects, you'd rather just have like an okay passive effect.
Yeah, I mean Hairball doesn't do much, but it's still
something, right? Like you're not just dropping it. Because Hairball does block like tears, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so at least that's something. It's not a lot, but it's something. But anyway, yeah. I think even as an active, I think it's fine. Obviously, it's only this high because it's a Guppy item. Its actual effect is not this high. Don't get it twisted.
No, the actual effect is insane.
Insane. I actually think I'm okay with it being at the very bottom here. I'm also okay to put it at B-, like higher B- if you'd rather that.
I actually do think it probably should be B-. I'm
That's
just
fine.
thinking where the other Guppy items would go. We might move this one up later. I'm not.
This is just one of those items that I see in the W and I'm like, oh yes, obviously because of Guppy chance, but like, yeah, you know, like, I think I get as excited to see Guppy's head as any of the damage ups.
Yeah,
I think so. And I mean, hell, the moment you get that Guppy form, again, it's mainly Guppy we're talking about here. It's a guaranteed win. If Guppy was a transformation, it's higher than Brim and Knife, 100%. Like, it's not even close to me on that one.
I'm not actually sure. Anyway. It would be insane tier, though. Guppy would be an insane tier, for sure.
I definitely think it's above Brim and Knife. How can you not think that? It's so free. It's just so... It's actually so much extra DPS, though. How much... Are blue flies times 2 your damage? Right?
Times 2 your damage. You spawn them, I think, 2/3 of the time.
Bro. Oh, no. For Guppy, is it... Am I crazy? I thought it was every single tier.
It got nerfed.
It got nerfed? Oh, maybe it's not then.
Yeah.
Alright, fair enough.
It's...
Still insane tier, but...
Um,
yeah, maybe it is worse than Brim or Knife. I'm definitely thinking of it before the nerf in that case.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, wherever you want to put it, I'll probably agree with you. As long as it's like in this range. I'm not that crazy about it. I just feel like when I see it, I'm like, let's go. Like, I feel like it's on a
Even though what I said about it being inactive can be kind of a good thing, it is still true that and other times you would, even like Guppy's collar, which I don't care about Guppy's collar, I'm not going to use the revive, but sometimes the revive is relevant. And it's like, is that going to do more for my run than Guppy's head would? Maybe?
I mean, yeah, I'd put collar above Guppy's head.
Then even Hairball might block some shots, and that might be better. The actual active effect isn't that great. A lot of the time you're getting a different active instead, so maybe it is actually the lowest Guppy item, if I think about it more.
Yeah, I think so. I think collar, like, unironically, I think the fact, like, I had this one run, this is a highball. This is absolutely a highball, don't get it twisted. But, I had this one beast run that I died like 4 times with Guppy's collar and revived every single time and won the run. It was the dumbest thing ever. That is absolutely a highball. That does not happen.
I went where I had Ahnk, and I was trying to revive as Blue Baby. To get a completion mark with Blue Baby. And I had Guppy's collar, and I revived like 6 or 7 times in a row. I have a clip of it. I don't know how much it was, but I just kept reviving with Guppy's color, and I was trying to kill myself to become Blue Baby. Just
Bro.
wouldn't let me.
Like, seriously? Hold on, my music messed up. What? Where's Womb? Scarred Womb. What was I saying?
Probably something about Guppy's color reviving you.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I know Beast is only the real relevant, like, extra life, like, boss battle, but, like, hey, it can do that. That's all I'm saying. What is Guppy's head actually doing for you that's that run-changing? You know?
I think Guppy's head is B-, top of B-.
That's fine.
I think it's definitely better than Halo Flies.
That's fine. I could see Hairball being right below Guppy's head.
Yeah.
And then, I will say, I might fight a little bit for Collar at the bottom of B+. Obviously, you don't really bank on Collar, but I mean, especially, like, just to have, honestly, Collar's great on the Losts. It just is. You know, you could randomly die and then get brought back, and then that could save your run. Yeah, you lose Perfection, but it can still save your run. It gives you another shot.
Maybe. Anyway, let's just move on.
Yeah.
We'll see what the other Guppy items are. Prayer card. Okay.
Prayer card was so interesting to me, because in Angel Room, I actually thought this was so obviously, like, a great item. But, like, you were like, nah, this crap sucks ass. Blows my mind. I feel like this item is so good. Obviously, it's only really that good on Red Heart characters, which is relevant. But, like, on Red Heart characters, this is an instant win. Like, it just is. You have so much health. You get an Eternal Heart every time you use it.
Yeah, it's good. It's just like, it is kind of slow. I feel like a lot of times I already have a lot of red health on Red Heart characters. I don't need more.
Here's the thing, right? I think this item gets ranked even better than it did on Angel list, because we're not taking into account when you get it.
Yeah, in Angel list context, it means you're not in the Devil deal.
Right.
This item is better on a Devil deal run because you can get back your red heart.
Exactly. So this, for context, this item on a Devil deal route, bonkers. You can actually take every single Devil deal every single time. Because you have, it's like Book of Rev just for red health. You have infinite red health. It's the easiest Devil deal item in the game. It actually is. Well, maybe Dead Cat, but I don't know.
Red health is also, red health is kind of like a strength in numbers type of thing.
Yeah.
The more you have, the better it is. Like having one red heart container is pretty crap. But having 5 is a lot better than having 5. Like, it's a lot, it's more than 5 times as good.
I know.
Having just one,
I know what you mean.
I'm trying to say.
I agree.
They compound on each other because all of the full heal effects.
Exactly.
That means more. So,
yeah, red health is so game breakable. You could get a sun card. When you have a prayer card run, you always have a full bar of red health. Maybe you purposefully leave out. The play is usually to leave out 1 or 2 red hearts just so you can hold soul hearts as well.
It's like 3. If you have 9 red hearts, that's probably enough, and then you have 3 soul hearts.
I usually leave out like 2 slots. That's plenty enough for me.
Yeah.
So that gives you plenty of room to min-max, plenty of health to heal when you have a sun card, or anything like that. When you have a prayer card run, I basically see it as this is a full health run. I never have consistent full bars of red health other than prayer card runs. That being said, as much as I'm hyping up this item, it's nowhere near as good as Book of Rev. Book of Rev, I mean, obviously there's the point that, you know, prayer card does, it's actually just a way worse version than Book of Rev on Soul Heart characters. That being said, is it that much worse? I mean, it is. Like, it's definitely not the same tier, but would I even put it in A-? I feel a little weird about it because I put Book of Rev so high, but this is effectively the same thing. You're not healing in.
No, it's really not. Book of Rev protects your Devil chance, which is relevant on Red Heart characters.
That's true.
It's better on Soul Heart characters. It's okay. Technically, prayer card is like a 6-room charge, but it's really it's kind of like a 12-room charge in a way, unless you're going to the next. It's like it's awkward because.
Well, no, if you have soul hearts, you could just use it.
No, what I'm saying is if you want to stack it multiple times on the same floor, like if you want to get more than one Eternal Heart on that floor, then the second time you use it that floor is useless. You have to use it 3 times that floor.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, that's true.
Beyond the
when you get to late game though, that's way more common to happen than you'd think. Like I feel like that happens all the time.
What I'm saying is, in the same situation, you could have had Book of Rev and you'd just be able to use it 3 times.
No, you're
instead
right.
of having to like.
You're right. I mean, yeah, obviously Book of Rev is definitely way better. My question is, I at least want to advocate for Prayer Card being B+.
I'm fine with it being B+, I think.
Yeah.
But not very high in
That
B+.
being said, I mean, it is important to note, look, if all the characters were Red Heart characters, this would be... I mean, hell, you could even maybe make an argument for Insane Tier. You have full health. Maybe even on Red Heart characters.
I would take Book of Rev over Prayer Card on a Red Heart character.
Yeah, maybe that's not a crazy statement. I'd put it in the same tier, though, if there were only Red Heart characters. Like, I'd put it, like, 1 spot below Rev. Maybe below Wafer. Wafer's so good. Either
I just
way.
think that on Red Health characters, it's not that hard to get Red Health.
Okay, I agree, but at the same time, you're misinterpreting it. You are getting every Devil Deal item in the room, in the entire run, as well as full health. It's so much health.
I am thinking about it. On Red Health characters, it's not that much worse than Book of Rev. So
Not
maybe it
really.
needs to be higher up in B+.
Yeah.
I don't think it's A tier, but I can see like
I don't think so.
Top of B+, if you want to put it that high.
Okay, that's completely fair. I was just thinking that it's way better than Relic. I love how much we've trashed on Relic. Relic dropped so much. Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, I do. You know, if there's anybody who emphasizes the other than the Red Heart characters, it's me. But on Red Heart characters, this is just one of those instant win items. It actually is. Like, this is one of those actives I save the entire run. You just get infinite health, it feels like.
I don't consider it an instant win. I do think Book of Rev is like quite close to an instant win because, again, you're keeping your Devil Deal chance, and that's relevant.
I mean, Eternal Hearts keep your Devil... Eternal Hearts still, like, give you 1 extra hit of Devil Deal
If you're
chance.
relying on Prayer Card to keep your Devil Deal chance, you're in a bit of trouble.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, it's still technically an extra hit. In late game, it's the same extra hit that you get out of Book of Rev. Because it's 1 hit. It's the same as 1 soul.
That being said, I'm actually wondering, maybe this is A-. Am I just sleeping on it?
I think maybe... I'm not against it being top of B+ either. If you really want it to be top of B+, I'm not going to fight it, because I think it's fine.
Because here's the thing. For your standards, because you factor in the like challenge characters more than I do. For your standards, B+ would make sense. I wonder if I'm underrating it on Red Health characters. Because I'm underrating it on Red Health characters.
Yeah, no,
then
I'm shocked.
It needs to be higher.
I have to say, on Angel List, I was in shock that you ranked it as low as you did. Because, I mean, you care about Red Health so much. Again, on Red Heart characters, I do not think it's that crazy to have it right next to Book of Rev.
In the Angel Pool, you're probably on a Red Health run already, and just from my experience, I already have way more Red Health than I need.
That's probably true.
So the Prayer Card's doing
That's probably true. You always want to be Devil Deal if you're running Prayer Card.
Alright, if we're not taking Angel Deal context, then this is better because I'm not going to have as much Red Health.
But remember, you're going to have 10 hearts. Hell, let me tell you, one of the craziest things is Prayer Card on Ascent. Prayer Card on Ascent, you just get max health, and guess what? If you do get hit by the freaking tainted enemies or whatever, you heal right with the bed. There you go. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, also on Ascent, that's at the point of the run where Devil Deals don't exist anymore, so there's no
but you've taken
a full bar of Red Health.
Exactly, but at that point you've taken all your Devil Deal items, so you might actually like not have full health at that point.
You know what's even better? You can max out with Prayer Card, and then if you have a crack key, you get the Inner Child. You can then kill yourself, revive, but you have empty heart containers, and then use the bed, and you'll be smaller with Inner Child, which is the Pluto effect, and have a full bar of Red Health.
Yeah, no, Prayer Card's really good. Again, for me at least, I can't remember a single time where I've lost while holding prayer card. I just feel like not as a red heart character. I mean, obviously I don't even pick it up as any other character, but which is relevant, obviously. But yeah, I don't know, man. I do think prayer card's good enough to be A-, but if you want to have it at top,
I will actually say I do play my Soul Heart challenge where I've not been taking Devil Deals as often because I've got a Soul Heart cap, and that's why I keep getting runs that already have a lot of red hearts. And I do think that it's very possible that that's why I'm underrating prayer card.
Like, Too Wiggly makes a good point. Even if you have more red health than you need by the end, but prayer card can give you that sooner, which helps you take sacrifice rooms earlier. Very good point. Having red health sooner means you can play more blood donos, you can play sac rooms, and you can transfer out with with IV bag. You just do more red health min-max stuff sooner.
Yeah, maybe I'm throwing. Maybe it is A-. I still think that on red health characters, I would rather have Book of Rev. But
no, I think that's fair. I could absolutely see that argument. But I do think it's the same tier, and I think they're right next to each other. Or prayer card's right below Wafer. But I do think they're deserving of the same tier if there were only red heart characters.
I'm wondering if I believe it. I mean, this is probably going at A-, from the sounds of it. I'm
okay either way. I'm actually just listening to you because I think it's fine either way.
Yeah, no, this is a case where, like, if I'm underrating it, I want to make sure that I'm not underrating it, you know?
Because
the only that I get my placement correct.
The only thing that's making me not fight for A- is because of my criteria.
Yeah.
But I do understand its power. Again, it is a win with red heart character. It actually just is. But it's only red health characters. It actually does. Technically, it's just worse Book of Rev by quite a lot on Soul Heart characters. But to be fair, that's not bad. Like, getting a Soul Heart every floor, that's not that bad.
Okay, you know what? I thought about it. My brain has had thoughts, okay? Maybe it goes right above Lucky Foot.
Damn, that's high. That's really high. I disagree with that quite a bit.
I was just thinking about it, and you're right. Oh, you're right. The red health is... Yeah, it's hard to lose.
I can't believe how much I've changed Turt's mind. Y'all have to look at the Angel Deal list. My man said, Predator kinda sucks, it's C tier.
I feel like I was just, I think on Angel list, it's a more reasonable type.
Well, true. Okay, true, but also not true. C is still way too low even on that list. Like, A is more deserving in that list. I definitely don't think it's that high. That's crazy. It's funny, now you're ranking it higher than I would. I think it was always in this range, personally. Like, in the same spot.
I don't have too much stock on it, and I know that you have your criteria to put it, like, a bit lower. So just, if you want to put it, like, right there, I don't mind.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, hey, I'm happy. I love this item. On Red Heart characters is one of my favorite active items. That being said, I kind of want to fight for it a little bit for Shadows to be above it. Shadows is so good on every character.
Well, I hate Shadows, so...
I guess so. To be fair, Prayer Card is even okay on Soul Heart characters. It's not like it's bad. It's fine on Soul Heart characters.
Well, again, you said my placement's really high. That was my, like, basically Red Health character placement. So, like, it goes, like, a little bit lower, but I don't like dropping things that much just because of Red Health characters. Like, that feels bad to me. But that is why I put it that high. I mean, you did convince me. It's not that much worse than Book of Rev on Red Health characters. So.
Okay, because we're kind of, like, in a weird spot, would you mind just doing a Shadows versus Prayer Card poll? I just want to see.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's actually fine.
Okay, cool. And guess what? You know what?
The reason I'm so, like, whatever on this item is that I'm just realizing that I don't really know what I'm talking about it. Like, I don't
yeah,
know
it's crazy to me how you've barely used this item. It is just that good.
I used it. No, so here's what's, like, what I'm struggling with. I have used it, and I know it's good, but for some reason, I'm not feeling it.
To be fair, it's because it doesn't feel strong, right?
I feel like, yeah, that might just be it. I feel like I'm biased in some way. Like, I feel like I have some bias here, and it's like, it's hard for me to get rid of that like, right now without like doing a run with it again. So I don't really know where to put it. I'm kind of like stuck. That's why I'm a bit like whatever, but I think it's in this range. It's like wherever you put it, and like I'm fine with.
All right. So if we just talked about prayer card for a million years. For this poll, we're debating prayer card Shadows here. Shadows. The reason why I think Shadows is better is because it's great on every single character. It's insane on the challenge characters. Has really good battery synergy item. It has really good synergy with the shop pool in general. You could work around your run with the shop well around it. You could even build up more money by using it on blood donos, stuff like that, yada yada. It gives challenge characters the actual opportunity to use blood donos, which is impossible for them usually. And
I think all of the I think most of the things you like about Shadows I've already disproven with a test. However, well, not disproven, but like shown that it's not as good as you think it is in that regard. But I will give you that even like getting the synergies is not as likely as you think. But even just having 10 seconds invincibility on the final boss is an okay item. Like at worst, okay. So it's fine. I don't think it should be that high, but it can be good. I think as an item, it's sometimes really, really good, and then sometimes it's like, eh.
It can't be higher than B+. Soul Heart characters and challenge characters, it's worse than Nail. You know, it's a shame because by my criteria, I do agree with that. I just think it's so amazing on Red Heart characters that it almost makes up for it. But I don't know, I am a little bit conflicted because for my own criteria, it doesn't really make much sense for me to have it as high as I do. That being said, I'm not going to change my placement on it now. I do still really like this item on Red Heart characters. Like, this is probably one of my favorite actives. I mean, I'll put it this way. On Red Heart characters, I'd take Prayer Card over Shadows. I would. That being said, Shadows is not that much worse on Red Heart characters, and Shadows is great on every character, so I definitely do think it's better, but whatever.
You're on the poll there. I don't want to spend too long on it.
Yeah, that's fair. Alright, that's fine. We can just leave it right here then. It's close enough in the poll.
That's fair enough, yeah.
Okay. Prayer Card. I mean, hey, I'm happy with that discussion. I'm glad that I was able to change your mind on it. Okay. Prayer Card doesn't give Bookworm. True! Anyway, let me stop.
Insane.
Notched
Your
Axe.
favorite item.
Listen, man. Okay, tell me this is not one of the coolest buffs in this game. It's so simple, but like, when you get this crap early game... Okay, I will say, this item is not that bad. So Notched Axe, it used to be Ass.
And it's still is.
Okay, it's not good. But it's not bad now. I really don't think it's bad. Like,
It's not bad.
I would take this... I'm wondering if I would take this over 10 bombs.
Like, depends how much you need the bombs.
Okay, well here's the thing,
Like
right?
short term.
Here's the
versus
thing,
long
right?
term.
Long term... Okay, I'm just gonna leave it here for now. Notched Axe, when you pick this up, you get every single secret room, every single tinted rock. You can break every single rock as possible on that floor, every single pot. If you want to be crazy, you can break some mushrooms. Like, you can break everything on the floor, and this is one of those items where I feel like it's actually kind of likely that you're going to find more crawl spaces. I usually basically never go for crawl spaces, unless I'm, like, really desperate. Or, obviously, if I have an item that helps me get them. But with this, like, this fully recharges every floor anyway, so why would you not just spam it on all the rocks, right? After you get your secret rooms, obviously. After you get your secret rooms and break all your tinted rocks, just use it on every single rock. Why not? And, you know,
You get 64 uses out of it.
that's so much. That's actually so much. That being said, it does take up an active slot. That's the main reason why I'm comparing it to 10 bombs. Obviously, its effect is vastly stronger than 10 bombs. Like, vastly stronger. You're getting way more bomb use out of this than 10 bombs. But, you know, it's an active item. You will replace this at some point. You just will. But in the context of early game, I feel like this is, like, kind of run altering. Like, you get so many extra pickups. You get so many extra secret rooms that you wouldn't have been able to get otherwise. Because again, like if you miss your secret room early game, then you're probably not even gonna have enough bombs. Like you might have used your last bomb to get that secret room and missed the secret room. With this, you're never missing your secret rooms. You just won't. I think, again, I don't really value this item that high in the late game. You will always get rid of it. That's why I don't think it'll ever go above C-. But like its effect is good enough to be B-. It's just it's an active item, so you know. I mean, it's definitely. I mean, let's be honest here. It's definitely better than this as an effect, but it takes up an active slot. So you know.
No, actually, I'm thinking about it. You've got like Mr. Boom and stuff in the tier below, and those effects are just worse.
They just are
the same. It's the same.
You have so much 64
item,
uses.
Yeah.
And I mean, hell, with this, here's the thing, right? Let's not. No, it's definitely. Oh my god, wait! It's actually so much better than 10 bombs. Think about it for a second, right? Let's assume that you get this. This is still a low tier item. Like, remember that as I mentioned this. But you know what? No matter what floor you get this on, you could just use it for that floor and then drop it back if you already have a good active, right?
Yeah.
So you still get a
thing.
You still get a
whole
whole
one thing.
floor worth.
Actually, I just thought about now. There's one thing I thought about now which makes me think 10 bombs is better. And that's the fact that Notched Axe isn't technically bombs. It only can break rocks. That means you can't bomb shopkeepers and you can't bomb beggars. And I think that's quite relevant because a lot of the time, or even like slot machines or whatever, like if you're in an arcade and you want to bomb the slot machine or the blood donor, you can't do that with Notched Axe. So I would rather have bombs, like real bombs, because then I could bomb my machines and my beggars and my shopkeepers.
Now let me try to sway your opinion a little bit. If you are saving, if you are not using bombs for 3 floors, you're only using this to find all your secret rooms and all your tinted rocks. Are you not likely going to gain 10 bombs in that time?
What do you mean?
Because you're not using bombs to find your secret rooms anymore. You're using the Notched Axe, which is basically free at that point. So
I need to bomb 10 rocks or secret rooms worth with the Notched Axe.
Which is not crazy over the course of 3 floors. That's not that crazy. Because you can miss secret rooms, right? So then that will cost more bombs. There could be multiple tinted rocks. It really is not that crazy that you'll save.
But am I keeping it that many floors is the issue.
I think 3 floors. I think 3 floors is fair enough. I'm saying 3 floors. I think that's a fair enough. You know.
I am going to say that Boom is better. And why Boom is better is because I find that on runs that I have Boom, it's enough of a bomb like head start that I usually don't need bombs like for quite a while. Like the run is still going to supply you bombs in other ways. So the only way that like, you know, I probably just have enough bombs like the rest of the run, you know.
And you know, you're also not thinking about it like every single one of those rooms that you can knock a rock over to, you know, access a pickup or access even an item in some cases or a chest. You could do that with Notched Axe. Like every single bomb application besides bombing beggars and dono machine, you could do with Notched Axe.
I think I can kind of see it better than the bombs. I guess put it above Mr. Mega, but I don't think it should go any higher.
I think I'd rather have this over all the HP ups. I think I'd rather have Bobby Bombs though. So I'd probably have it. That being said, Bobby Bombs is a little bit lower than I would put it. Yeah, I would put it above this too. Just for the early game application. I think Bomb Bag is giving you more bombs though over time. I think that's exactly where I stop it for me. You still think it's worse than 10 bombs? Or have you been convinced for it to be
comparable
higher?
to 10 bombs.
It's comparable.
Not necessarily worse, but comparable.
That's fair. I tell you what, for midpoint, you want to just like put it below HP and higher than speed up.
It's fine, I guess. I don't care too much. It's Notched Axe. I think I fought for it on top list. I don't care anymore. It's Notched Axe.
I love notch stacks. I feel like it's one of those like it's one of those items that got buffed, and it's actually like kind of fun to use now.
Okay, wait, but you know the synergy that if you pick up Iron Bar, that it refills your notch stacks charges for that floor, like all of them.
Wait, what?
If you pick up Iron Bar, it fills up your notch stacks. Like it gives you all of your charges back for that floor.
Wait, that's awesome. What? What a cute reference.
Yeah.
Wait, that's so cool. It's like an ingot.
Such a niche synergy.
What? Wait, insane! Let's go. Top 5, actually.
Only with Iron Bar, though. Without Iron Bar, it's nothing.
True. It's actually detrimental without Iron Bar.
Yeah.
It'd be cool if it actually did something else. Like, what if it like gave you like double uses out of it or something? I don't know.
What if I let you mine diamonds?
That'd be sick.
I don't know.
Or what if it just turned it into a diamond pickaxe for some reason?
Turn into a diamond pickaxe.
Okay,
we got the most exciting item. By that I mean this item is... why does this exist? When you get hit, you spawn 1 to 3 blue flies. Whoa. Insane.
Yeah, on-hit effect items are not great. We've already said this.
This one's so bad.
I think this one's.
so
I think this one's worse than Dead Bird.
100% is worse than Dead Bird. But that being said, when you're worse than nothing, you're still just nothing. So it's not like that much far down in terms of placement, but it's definitely worse than Dead Bird. It's so bad.
Okay, that being said, I mean it is definitely worse than Dead Bird, but no, Dead Bird's just always better. I was gonna say if you are getting hit like a lot in a final boss or something, couldn't its DPS be higher than Dead Bird? But probably not, because Dead Bird is always attacking, right? So it never goes away.
Yeah. Also, I'm looking at Monstro's Tooth. I think it should be trashed. The reason I say that is because me and Wiggly looked at Monstro's Tooth against like some basic bosses, and it doesn't even. Oh, no, it does kill like the very early bosses, but it doesn't even do much damage to like Mum's Heart. It's like really sad.
No, I don't want to compare it to. No, honestly, I don't even want to. It's not comparable to these items. I'm sorry, Turt.
I think Hourglass is better.
No, it's not. Even against like doing a crap ton of damage is still better than any of these. If you're comparing it to these, you're crazy. These are actually nothing items. This does give you a no. Listen, even against the very first boss, it at least gives you that instant kill. These actually do nothing. How long is this? How long is this?
It's like 8 seconds.
That is nothing for slowdown.
In an enemy room, 8 seconds is a lot.
I mean, that's why it's the highest. I could even see this being at the bottom of E-, because at least that's something compared to these, which actively do nothing, in my eyes. Honestly, how about we do this? You're kind of right. There you go.
Maybe, yeah. That's fine. I honestly even think, and you're gonna hate me, I honestly even think Necro is a fair bit better than the E- items. It's a third bookworm. Helps you kill runes. I think Necronomicon's a little bit better than them.
You're right. I just don't like it.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say any higher. The position is correct. I just think relative to the other items, it's like...
No, you're right.
Whatever.
I agree. But no, like, you're really trying to compare, like, an item that does sometimes instant kill an early game boss to these. There's no comparison to these, I'm sorry. These are actually nothing items.
Yeah.
Like, you actually get an effect out of this. You could save some hits. Maybe.
Okay, we're up to a very interesting item.
I love IPECAC. Okay. That's the goat
IPECAC,
right there.
Similar to Dr. Fetus, it's like a similar concept. It's explosive shots. Could be bad. Some synergies are bad with this.
Yes.
That being said, I think this is better than Dr. Fetus by a bit.
I actually think it's a lot better than Dr. Fetus.
Yeah.
So it's instantly at least A+. I think it's enough to be a whole tier better. 100%.
Yeah.
And you know what? Okay, so let me know. Look this up for me. What is the damage multiplier on this? Or is it just a damage up?
It's just plus 40 flat damage.
Just plus 40 damage. That's it.
It does get scaled down if you have something like soy milk. You don't get plus 40 with soy milk. That would be ridiculous. But it's still plus 40. Like,
so with IPECAC, this is one of those items where you could actually solo the entire game with this. That's how strong it is. And I don't think I can say the same about Dr. Fetus. I mean, you could if you play really good, but I think IPECAC's a lot easier as well.
I think the difference for me is that Dr. Fetus is just a little bit more awkward to hit enemies.
It is.
And
It's the fact that IPECAC's on impact.
yeah, it's on impact. It's so much easier to hit things with.
Yeah. And it has more clear benefits from stats. Like, your range is much more obvious. Hell, even shot speed. Like, this is one of the only items that shot speed actually feels good. Because, you know, usually the tier goes kind of slow. It has great synergies, but, I mean, it also has some bad synergies. Am I crazy to think that it could be bottom insane?
If it couldn't hurt you,
That's fair.
then I would say yes. But it can hurt you, and I think that automatically disqualifies it from insane. Like,
That is kind of fair. You could definitely have... Yeah, no. I agree, actually. I do agree. Because if you're on a lost run and you explode yourself, that is such a feels bad, bro.
yeah.
That being said, it is, like, actually one of the best save a low power run items in the entire game. You get 40 plus damage.
I would also put D6 above it,
That's
but
fair.
I think that's where it stays.
You think it... Are you confident that it's better than Magic Mush?
I'm not confident it's better than Magic Mush, but it's like that's like comparable range for me, so that feels right.
I can agree with that. I think that's completely
Just
fair.
because Magic Mush is so safe. Like, there's no downside
Yeah.
to Magic Mush.
No, I
IPECAC
agree.
is stronger, but there is a downside. So,
IPECAC, like, you get the plus 40 damage, but is that even counting the explosion?
I don't know how it works, to be honest.
Because it might be like, it might just
do a
be
DPS test.
the 40 plus. Yeah, do it. Yeah, do a DPS test actually. Yeah, let me switch scenes.
Spawn jump. So it should do. Yeah, so it's literally just your tier damage. The explosion is your tier damage.
Okay, I see.
It's always doing 43.5, and then obviously poisons enemies, and poison will do
Insane damage. Honestly, with the poison alone, top 5.
No, the poison's only doing 5.4. Why is the poison damage so low? I thought poison's meant to scale with your tier damage.
Stats effects suck.
Yeah, why is it only doing 5.5? Whatever. Oh, wait. I think it's doing your... I think the poison's doing your tier damage before the plus 40? No, then it should be 3.5. I don't know.
I mean, chat. All you really need to see is that look at Turt's
It's
damage.
damage.
Look at Turt's damage stat right now. Oh, and also infinite bombs. Don't forget that. Infinite bombs, you blow up everything.
And you the enemy.
And this is... Oh wow, Golden Penny.
Like,
This is...
Golden Penny, I wouldn't have gone out of the way.
Look, you got Golden Penny benefit instantly from IPECAC. Top 5 items, honestly. You break every single thing. Hell, when I was saying about Notched Axe getting all the freaking crawl spaces, this is even more true with something like IPECAC.
So, because it's on impact, it's just so much easier to kill enemies. And there's like a bit of AoE on... Well, obviously there's AoE, it's an explosion. But if I have Dr. Fetus, it's like... For fast-moving enemies like spiders, it's a lot more awkward than IPECAC is. Like, IPECAC, you still need to be careful around spiders, because a lot of small enemies will, you know, possibly get you hit if you just use it carelessly. But, yeah, I mean, it's so quick. It just... How did that miss? It's so quick. It just killed enemies, like, instantly.
It does.
If you hit. If you're not bad at the game. I've been very bad at the game.
I mean, look! The crawl space! There you go! I literally just said.
Kill me. Kill me.
No, check what's in the crawl space. No. Okay, whatever.
I'm not checking the crawl space. You can't make me.
I also counts for Bob transformation. Insane run killer. The detrimental point is valid enough. There are bad synergies with this. I think this is kind of a scary-ish item on Lost, but I think I still pick it up most of the time. I actually
right there feels right to me.
I'm fine with
It looks
it,
right.
but I actually do think it's higher than D6 personally, but I'm not gonna fight it. I do think, like, you have infinite bombs. I think, like, its damage alone and application on bosses and enemies, I actually think it's better than Magic Mush. Like, alone, that's better than Magic Mush. But then I count the infinite bombs, and it's so easy to skip rooms with IPECAC when compared to Dr. Fetus. You just blow up the door. It's so free. And blow up every beggar and dono machine.
I value the safety a lot, and if I've cursed the blind, like, if I've cursed the blind, I'm probably just not gonna take items that floor with IPECAC. Like, it's just a bit scary. And Magic Mush is very safe.
IPECAC also
I don't
synergizes
know.
with bomb items. I don't know. Should I fight?
I don't think it does synergize with bomb items. It's not a real bomb, I don't think.
Maybe it doesn't.
Kind of weird.
Might be right.
Um,
How do you feel about a pull for this one? Just D6.
I don't know. I think D6 is like definitely better than IPECAC.
I don't know. I mean, no, I don't think it is actually. IPECAC is such a high tier item that, like, honestly, at more times in the run, I think I'd take IPECAC over D6. IPECAC is a run saving item. D6 you need to get early-ish. I mean, you don't need to, but like, for D6 to have benefit over IPECAC, you definitely need to get it before. Like, if I was to choose between D6 and IPECAC on an item choice pedestal, what is the floor that you can confidently say D6 would be better?
I'm not sure, but I also see from another angle where there are runs I don't want to take IPECAC. So
Which is
D6
true.
gets worse over time.
Listen,
but
I'm taking
if
that
you
into
want-
account. I will say, I'm taking that into account. That's why it's not insane tier. Like, it's literally a whole tier below because of that. But I think I feel like it's kind of, I can confidently say, like, there's more times where I pick IPECAC. I think the only floors...
I think I pick D6 over it most of the time.
Okay, but again, which floor is it where you choose IPECAC instead?
I don't know. I think I have to be really late. Like, really late.
I don't think it'd have to be that late. I think, honestly, it could be Caves 2 and I'd pick IPECAC.
I think it would have to be, like, Depths 2.
Because you gotta remember, D6 is an active item too. The thing with D6 is you usually want to get rid of D6 for the late game anyway. Its benefit is obviously amazing enough to have it as high as it is. I mean, it definitely deserves to be here, no doubt. But, like, you do still want to get rid of it for the very late game. And that's still very important on choice pickup.
I don't know. I think that I like IPECAC the most at the start of the run because that's when I don't have a build yet, and I can then build around IPECAC. And I also like can take it right now, and I know that I like have a certain amount of power in my run.
Yeah,
a lot
wait.
of times when I'm late into runs, I don't need to take IPECAC.
Wait, am I insane? I feel like I keep thinking of more reasons why IPECAC is definitely better. Because in early game, IPECAC might also still be better because you have infinite bombs instantly.
No, D6 early game is.
I mean, you're right.
Completely destroys it.
You're right. No, you're absolutely right. But you are right. D6 is better early game, 100%. But IPECAC is still great early game. Like, it just is.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I think IPECAC is better early game, and so is D6. They're like similar items in that sense. They both get worse over time, I think. For different reasons. They get worse over time for different reasons. But
let's just do a poll. We're tied.
Yeah,
whatever. Let's just do a poll. They're tied.
I guess.
I'm okay either way. I mean, they're both high tier. I do feel like, I don't know. Am I crazy? I can't believe I'm saying this because D6 is D6. But I just feel like IPECAC, like, you get this item. This is also like one of the best, like top 10 best items for rush marks. You pick up IPECAC, you're getting the rush mark. Like, you're gonna go for rush mark if you get IPECAC. Versus D6. Like, right on pickup, too. Like, IPECAC, like... I mean, there's a reason why I considered it for insane. The detrimental sides of it are still relevant. That's why it's not insane, but... Like, I think that's completely fair. But I don't know, man. I still think, like, it's... The power of it is still so significant to me. And, like, moment of pickup... Also remember, while you're voting, remember this is not Isaac D6. Remember you have to pick up the item in a run. I think that's definitely something that people confuse a lot. You're not starting with D6. Don't think you're starting with D6. Think you're picking D6 around caves too. That's usually what Turt says.
D6 is destroying.
It is.
In fact, D6 is destroying so much. No, I don't want to put IPECAC below Magic Mush.
Oh no, well, that just wouldn't make any sense. IPECAC's definitely better than Magic Mush. Again, I think the power alone of IPECAC is stronger than Magic Mush. Let alone the infinite bombs and everything else. Yeah, no. I think the thing with D6 is that everybody's considering... Because you wouldn't say it's that crazy of a difference, would you?
I kind of... it's not that crazy of a difference, but I do think I'm quite confident it's better.
I definitely think chat is mostly thinking of Isaac D6 and not actually picking up D6 in a run. I think there's a little bit of bias there, but I mean, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. I don't think it's that crazy for D6 to be above anyway. Like even with correct criteria, but I just think like D6 has like a little bit too strong of a hold on us because of Isaac being a character. But yeah. I mean, I've said before, if Isaac D6 was the item, like you always start with D6, it would definitely be insane tier. But yeah, point of pickup is still important. That's fine. We'll leave it like that then. Self-damage absolutely matters on challenge characters. It definitely does. I still think a whole tier lower is still valid. That being said, on challenge characters, I still always pick up IPECAC. Like, there's never a time where I don't pick it up. I don't think. What's the negative synergy anyway? Just so I know.
On IPECAC.
Yeah.
They did patch some out, but I would say, like, just in general, if you have, like, a lot of multi-shots, or if you have, like, things that, like, bring your shots back to you,
that's true.
like Cricket's Body or Compound Fracture, I think are terrible, for example.
Right.
You have shots that just split and all of that stuff, that's very scary. And then the same ones as Dr. Fetus, Loki's Horns, and Mum's Eye can be bad with this, because, if you're close to the walls.
Yeah, maybe there's enough synergies where maybe I was not thinking of enough of them. Yeah. I don't think it's impossible that D6 is above it all. Far from it. I think it's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay, let's move on. Tooth shot.
I am calculating things right now.
What are you doing?
Calculating the damage.
Are you comparing IPECAC and Magic Mush?
No, I'm calculating the damage of teeth shots.
Oh, no. See, that's fair. I think it's 10 times for each tooth, right? Am I crazy?
It's 3.2 times.
I am very crazy. I cannot believe I thought it was so high. Okay, well, this is very good with luck. I think with perfection, it's always tooth shot. Am I crazy?
Yeah, so the way it scales is a bit weird, where it kind of scales slowly, and then... So it starts off at 10%, right? It only gets to 20% at 5 luck. But then it's already 50% at 8 luck, and it's 100% at 9 luck. Like...
Yeah, this... I feel like it was definitely done specifically because of perfection.
Well, this came before perfection, but I think it just happened to scale like that already.
Interesting. Like... I wonder why. Either way, I mean, this is amazing. Like, actually one of the best items on the Losts. Tell me I'm wrong. You get... It's basically a 3 times multiplier at that point. Am I wrong? Every shot is a tooth. I'm actually wondering if it's average DPS plus the existence of perfection on the challenge, well, specifically on the Losts, is enough to make it better than damage ups. Because I do actually notice it even on normal characters. You're doing damage tests, right? Are you testing on your own game?
I've got a spreadsheet.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, because I am curious. So I assume you're testing the base chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, so test that with like pentagram. Like compare that to pentagram, I should say. That's what I would like to see.
I want to wait. Yeah, I just need to make a formula in my spreadsheet, and I hope it's right.
There's no doubt that Tooth is better on the Lost, but obviously we have we have other characters to consider. Like what is more good on more characters? Well, not necessarily more characters, but in more scenarios. Because that's why I rank challenge and soul hard characters higher, like in terms of like at least I consider them higher, because you're going to be playing more runs as them, because you're likely going to be losing more runs as them. So, you know.
Yeah.
My gut is telling me that Tooth is better than damage ups because of that consideration, and obviously you can get luck ups. What's the percent chance with like 2 luck? I feel like 2 luck is fair to get in an average run.
So I just need to make sure. I'm just gonna quickly check again that I've actually done the right math. Oh fuck, I'm stupid. Oh my god, I'm dumb. Never mind. Fuck me. Wait, so that's This is not that hard, but my brain is.
Joke is also a lot easier than increasing base damage, which makes tough love even better generally. I put a top of A minus. Top of A minus? That's a little crazy, I think. No way. I don't think it's comparable to Dr. Fetus in any world. For Lost, I think I would only put it that high for Lost. And for Lost, I'd put it... Wait, is Tough Love better than Magic Mush on Lost? That's so funny. Is it? I think it technically is. That's so funny. Shoutouts Tough Love.
I'm sorry I'm taking a while. I'm using the formula I had for Holy Light, but I had to change it, and then I kind of forgot what I did before, so it's now like...
Tell you what.
I'm now just confused.
Tell you what, you keep doing it. I'm gonna go get some water really quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm just stupid. My brain is not working. Why did I do it like that? What have I done? What have I done? That's how many... What have I done? I'm doing it like the dumbest way possible. Wait, this is not that hard. Yeah, I need to stop using the Holy Light formula. I need to stop using the Holy Light formula. That would make more sense. I'm not using the Holy Light formula. I had like a spreadsheet, and it made sense in the spreadsheet when I was doing it with Holy Light, but like how to multiply the damage. But I'm getting too tunnel vision. I should just multiply the damage. It's not that hard. Yeah, it's actually not that hard at all. It turns out using your brain helps.
Tough Love better than Sacred Heart for Lost? Okay, to be fair, I think the homing is enough to carry for Sacred Heart. The DPS maybe, but like that's not counting the actual fact that homing's hitting more shots.
You're doing 3.2 50% of the time, and then you're doing regular...
Why don't you just do it in the game?
Fuck. No, because I want to see like the scaling of the luck. Why am I so bad? This is not that hard. What am I doing wrong?
Chat, this is not comparable to Dr. Fetus. I think Tough Love is likely gonna go at highest at the top of B+. I mean, it is amazing on Lost, but like... Wait, maybe it is A-. Because I'm looking at Lump of Coal, and I'm like, huh. Tough Love might be better than Lump of Coal. I will say, Lump of Coal was a great moment for a test. Because I never knew exactly how much more damage Lump of Coal does than a regular damage up, but it really does do significantly more. Like, way more than I expected. At a pretty average distance, too.
Okay, I think I finally got the damage formula to work.
Insane.
I'm sorry that took so long. Okay, at base, at 0 luck, I think it's a 1.22 times multiplier. Obviously at 9 luck, it's a 3.2 times multiplier. At 2 luck, it's 1.275. So you can say it's around a 25% multiplier, I would say is reasonable. At 1 luck, it is basically 25%. So it's like half of a cricket's head. And it scales with luck, obviously, so more luck is better.
Mm-hmm. I think it's probably right above the damage ups, personally. It's actually one of the best items on the Losts. And I mean, you know, having an item that is like one of the best sources of damage on Tainted Lost, the hardest character in the game, I think that matters a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I think like even if its damage output on average is less than a normal damage up, I think that that consideration is just so valid. Like that's
this
such
is
a high
multiplier. This is a multiplier which you want to keep in mind. So if you have
yeah, so in late game it might even have more DPS anyway than 1 damage up.
I'm gonna say it's like a 1.275. So if it's a 1.275, we will 1.275. Then let's say I have nothing there.
I did a Tough Love spreadsheet. At 0 luck, you're about okay. You got the exact same results as Turt, I think. 1 luck, 1.24. At 2 luck, 1.28. 3 luck, 1.31. 1.37. At 5 luck, 1.4. 6 luck. You can see taking Tooth over Anything.
Yeah, okay,
in
that
A-.
is the same. I got the same values. That's good. Okay, it's good that we have double checking here. So
That's
I know
crazy.
that I'm not
Adam
wrong.
says they could see taking tooth over anything in A-. I just feel like that's such cap.
So here's the multipliers are weird. Multipliers are weird because a base damage up will give you more damage if you don't have any damage. But as soon as you start getting more damage ups, the multiplier is way stronger. So
Do you wanna?
if we
It seems like there's a lot of people saying A-. Maybe bottom A-. Would you put it that high?
so I think it's definitely higher than the regular damage ups.
Oh
for
yeah,
sure.
yeah. I mean, I said that. I said that already, but
Yeah. Then if you have 2 damage versus 1 damage. Yeah, okay, even with 1 damage up, let's say you have 1 pentagram, you're already doing more damage than if you had 2 pentagrams. If you have pentagram plus tough love versus 2 pentagrams. Like, so it very quickly scales up higher than damage ups. I could see it in A- for sure, actually. Especially
I think I
since
can
this
agree.
does scale with luck. You have some of those runs. You have those runs where you just get
You just get a lot of luck.
a ton of luck.
Yeah, and then it's
or you
just
have luck
crazy.
pills.
Yeah.
You have luck pills in rotation. You just keep getting luck. And yeah, if you get enough luck, this could very reasonably become a 33% multiplier. Like, yeah, maybe it is actually just right there.
Yeah, that's kind of the range where I'm sitting at with it. I do think. Okay, I think Lump of Coal is a good comparison to it. Do you think Lump of Coal is more consistently giving more damage?
You know what? I wanted to do the spreadsheet so I had the actual formulas, but it's been a while since we did the lump of coal test, so let's do the lump of coal test again.
Well, we did like half the room. I think half the room is fair
Yeah.
enough. So let's compare that. Let me see. Hold on.
I'll do 5 seconds like normal.
All right, I'm on your screen.
$83.72.
83.72.
Give. And how much? How much?
Just
should I
do
have?
base. Just do base for now. I want to see.
But it's unfair at base because you're meant to. This is a multiplier.
I know. Try it first with none.
Well, I mean, what luck stat?
I know. Try it first with no luck.
I should probably actually time this. I know luck. It's gonna be very unfair. Also, this test is gonna be a bit weird because why did I stand so far away? I forgot I'm not using lump of coal.
Exactly.
79.
What wasn't Lump of
Wait.
Coal also around that?
Yeah,
That's exactly why I wanted to test it without it.
and this scales better. Hold on.
But do it again. Maybe that was a high roll.
Maybe it was a high roll. Let's do it again. Okay. $72.
That was like around the same amount, right?
No, that was like 10 less than lump of coal that time. If we do it with a pentagram though,
That being said, well, the pentagram doesn't matter. Take away the pentagram. Well, I get what you mean that it scales better, but but we already know that. I want to see. So now just do like 2 luck. Give yourself the tier 1.
no, because lump of coal is a flat. It's a flat increase. That's why it's gonna scale a lot. I think I meant to get rid of remove.
Yeah, I mean, I think it already from the first test. I've already determined it's better than Lump of Coal. That's why I compared it to it
Yeah.
originally.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine actually.
But for the sake of the test, get rid of Lump of Coal. Give yourself the +2 luck. What's the one that gives you the tier effect? I know that gives you 2 luck. That's fine.
Oh my god, I can't grab it. I'm being trolled. No.
Should have just given you
It'll take me
the.
alive.
Okay, that works.
Um.
Okay, so you averaged around like 78 damage with Tough Love at base. It is a low roll.
Yeah, that was worse than base.
Do it again. Wow.
I must have like a really high roll.
You must have, yeah, you must have high rolled a lot.
Let's do longer. Let's do longer so it like averages out better. I'll do 15 seconds. No, I'll do 10 seconds. 128.
It's funny, you must have just high rolled so hard on the first ones, because this actually doesn't feel nearly as crazy. That being said, I do still think it's better than Lump of Coal because of scaling. The fact that you can high roll and still be stronger than Lump of Coal is very relevant. I think it's probably just one spot above Lump of Coal and no higher.
I think I'm okay with that. I think I'm okay with that as well.
Yeah, let's just do that. It scales better. It has, obviously it has insane potential as Losts. Let's just do that. You could also low roll at base luck and just like, you know, not get it as often as you need it to be better.
Yeah.
I think that is fine. Okay. Oh, a classic, the Mulligan.
So, it's a 1 in 6 chance that your tiers spawn a fly, and flies do 2 times your damage. So it's basically a 1 in 6 chance that you do 3 times damage on a tier. So it's like, it's pretty good.
Pretty solid. Would I say that's better than a damage up? I don't think so.
So this is basically Tough Love in disguise. Like, the multiplier is better than Tough Love.
Is it really?
Really. Yeah, it's, I would say, about the same as Tough Love, when Tough Love has 3 or 4 luck.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those things where the item doesn't feel as strong as Tough Love, because when you see the tooth come out, your brain goes ooga booga, and then you get excited about it. With this, it's just a blue fly, so it's not nearly as exciting.
Yeah, like, you can just do the math on this. 1 in 6 chance of your tier spawning a blue fly, and the blue fly does 2 times your damage. So every tier that spawns a blue fly is basically doing triple damage.
Yeah.
So it's, yeah. It comes out about 1.3 multiplier, 1.3 times multiplier, 1.33.
Do you think that consistently higher damage multiplier is better than the absolute high roll that is on the loss of Tough Love? Because I think I put Tough Love above specifically because it's one of the best items on the Losts.
I also think Tough Love is, because Mulligan, you need to actually have the flies hit the enemy, and sometimes if you're far away, the flies don't come in. I think since Tough Love does damage directly, it's probably better.
Okay. I think they're close to each other,
Also,
though.
I'm kind of looking at Steam Sale. Should Steam Sale be below these items?
I'm
looking at I'm looking at Lucky Foot and PhD as well. See, I know why we put them so high, but at the same time, it's like when you have an item that just does like so much damage, like all these items, like
they're min-max items. I think just leave them, let them be, because like it's hard to compare them directly, but
yeah,
like you got to remember you're getting more items out of them. You're getting more effect out of them. I do think that, like, I think it's fair enough to say that these items, Luckfoot and Steam Sale, lead to more wins than Tough Love and Mulligan. I think I can say that. I feel like I feel confident about that even. Especially Luckfoot. Steam Sale is a little closer, but Luckfoot definitely. I mean, Luckfoot, you get so much benefit, it's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's just move it on. Let's just move on. We've already talked about these items. They're in a good spot. Oh, Tech 2.
I think maybe Steam Sale could go lower, maybe, but that's fine.
If it does, I don't even think it'd be that much lower, to a point where I don't even think it would matter that much.
Tech 2.
I like Tech 2. So let me know, do you like Tech 2 better than Tech 1?
Tech 1's probably better, but this is an item that got... I think in After Plus, it used to be bad, right? Like, kind of bad.
It's debatable. There's always... Listen. I think people take too much emphasis on flat DPS and don't consider the actual benefits of ease of use. Tech 2, you just hold the shoot button. It's that easy. You actually just hold the shoot button. And it has crazy synergies, better synergies than Tech 1 even. I am a Tech 2 enjoyer over Tech 1, personally, but I think they're close. I'd actually like to see a DPS test on that.
I just did one.
Here, let me see. Switch over. I kind of want to see it.
Although I don't think I timed it very well. So I'll do base tiers again. Hold on.
This is base tiers. I'm wondering. I feel like, can you do stats as well? Because I want to see how it ends up in an end game scenario.
I just want a comparison with how normal tiers work. 49. Okay. Give technology 2.
Okay. So quite a bit stronger. Okay. And then do Tech 1, just so we see.
Well, Tech 1 is base damage.
Okay. Oh, so it'd be the same as tiers?
Yeah.
Oh, well then Tech 2 is just better.
No, because Tech 1 is like...
It would, right? If you're saying it's the same damage, it'd be the same.
No, because I like technology for the
Well, test it. Test it really quick. Test it really quick.
No, it'll be the same damage. I like technology for the properties of it, but I guess Tech 2 is giving you the same properties, so maybe I'm just stupid. I fired slightly longer there.
Yeah, you're stupid then. Of course it's... I actually thought the DPS might be worse. I was going to argue that the ease of use of Tech 2 might still make it higher, even with slightly lower DPS.
Huh. This is an item that got buffed, so it's probably just because of the buff that...
It's possible, but I've always felt like Tech 2 was stronger. This is one of those cases where I feel like my feel is pretty useful here, because I always felt like Tech 2 was...
See, no, it used to give you... Yeah, okay, I remember now. It used to give you a damage multiplier down.
Yeah, no, now it's just a damage down, yeah.
No, now it's not even a damage down, it's just tier rate.
Wait, really? It's just tier rate down?
Yeah, you just fire out of one tier less.
Wait.
Which I think was... I think the old Tech 2 you also fired out of one tier less. But you also had a damage down.
Wait.
But they got rid of the damage down.
That is such a massive buff. What the hell?
Yeah. Okay, no wonder. No, that makes sense. So I was still stuck in, like, after Plus Brain, that I didn't realize that obviously it's better than Tech now.
Well, that's so much better. I mean, you did... And that was at base. Hold on. Actually, go back to the test. Because I think this scale's better, too. I think give yourself, like, 10 damage, and then test between Tech and Tech 2.
That's good enough. I think I did one shot extra. 126. Remove technology. Give tech... Can I just say Tech 2? No, I can't. Technology 2. I missed my chance. I also went slightly longer there.
How much more damage? I didn't even see...
It's definitely a multiplier of some sort.
How much damage was the first time?
How much damage was the first time?
Like for Tech.
Like 120.
Yeah. So it scales a little bit better.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, great. You know what? For ease of use, I think it's better than Dr. Fetus. Am I crazy? Unless you think it's comparable enough that it's just right above Tech.
So the thing with Tech is that it's not extra damage, but the properties are just really good. It's piercing and it's infinite range and everything. Tech 2 is giving all of that and a damage multiplier.
Yeah.
Is that A+? Isn't Cricket's head... Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm cooking. Hold on. Let's do a Cricket's head test.
I'm not against it. I mean, it's infinite range. I've always loved Tech 2, but I've always thought I was biased for it. Maybe I wasn't. Maybe I was just cooking. I've always loved Tech 2.
167. I'm now going to remove Technology 2. And then give Cricket's head. Cricket's head. Well, it was 167, right? Yeah, it's barely less damage than Cricket's head.
And you have
But you
infinite
also
range,
get piercing, you get infinite range,
piercing, and way more synergy. It actually might be better than Cricket's head. Pause.
It is.
Yeah, you have way more synergy. You have way more synergy, way more ease of shot because you have infinite range and it pierces. Wait.
Wow, I knew this item got buffed. I didn't realize it got buffed. I've been sleeping on it. This item's ridiculous.
It has so much synergy plus a DPS up.
It's so good in Repentance. Like, I've taken it in Repentance and I've liked it. I didn't realize
Plus,
it was this
here's
good.
another thing. I think this item actually does knockback now to enemies.
Well, it does it to bombs at least. I know for that. At least.
Test it on an enemy really quick. I'm pretty sure it does. Like just go into an enemy room.
It's not.
I'm pretty sure it does enemy knockback, which is very relevant.
Does it?
A little bit. It definitely does a little bit. These ones, I think, take less knockback. Do like another one.
I like how as soon as I try looking for enemies, no enemies ever.
Yeah, look, he can't even
Yeah,
walk towards you.
definitely.
Yeah.
Look, he can't walk. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's really good because you're piercing through everybody. They can't even approach you.
Yeah, and it's constant. It's a constant beam.
I think it's
That's kind of good.
I think it's bad. Homing synergizes with everything, but Tech 2 is so
But
good on
hear
its
me
own.
out. Is it also better than Magic Mush? Because here's the thing. I think Magic Mush, Homing, and Cricket's Head are all close together.
Yeah.
They're like... Cricket's Head and Magic Mush are a similar damage multiplier, and Magic Mush have extra stats. But Tech 2, it's not that much less damage, but you get some really good properties.
Yeah,
So the properties definitely make up for the
piercing.
slightly less damage.
Okay, it doesn't give you spectral, right?
I don't think so, no. I will check that right now. But I don't.
I don't think so.
Definitely not. Okay. No spectral. But that's okay.
I'm not fully against it going above Magic Mush.
I think it goes right there. I didn't realize how much of a damage multiplier this was. I
Wait,
did not realize-
Arthur said quality 2, by the way. Crazy, what? This is a quality 2.
Yeah, I think it's because it used to be a damage down, and then they got rid of the damage down and didn't replace it with anything, so now it's just ridiculous.
Actually more correct than I thought. Yeah, I've always really loved Tech 2. Tech 2 is great, especially after buff. It has so many great synergies. It has infinite range. Yeah, I think this is fair. Let's just leave it right there.
I think it goes right there. Wow, that's surprising. I didn't realize how much they got buffed.
Yeah, we started this I was like, so do you like Tech 2 better or Tech 1?
So what I was expecting to happen is I thought the damage of Tech 2 was lower than base damage. I thought the trade-off is that you get a really good beam, but the damage is like...
That was funny.
terrible
That
like
was
base
funny.
damage.
No, when you were doing tests, that was mad funny. Yeah, I was like, oh, we'll test Tech 1. And it was like, oh, well, there's no point because it's the same as base damage. And I was like, well, doesn't that mean Tech 2 is just higher? And I was like, and then you were like, well, no, because... Wait. Wait, you're kind of right.
I was thinking back after the first version of the item.
My man was thinking backwards.
Yeah, I was back in time. Let's go back to present day.
Alright, so, I mean, there's no debate. Obviously, quad shot is above triple shot. I mean, obviously. I'm pretty sure it's the exact same tier delay now.
I think it is.
So it's just an
Wait,
extra
what is
tier. Like, obviously it's better.
I actually think the tier list looks like it's slightly more. Let me check.
No way. Oh, you mean like it takes longer?
It is actually more of a tiers down. It is more of a tiers down.
Really? Let me...
It wasn't in After Earth Plus. That's new to Repentance. They nerfed Mutant Spider, but they didn't nerf
Oh,
Inner
maybe it's more comparable to...
Interesting.
Maybe it's more comparable to triple shot than we thought then. Let's do a little damage test again. I kind of want to see it.
Well, no, you can just use the multipliers. So Inner Eye is a 1.53 times multiplier, and then Mutant Spider is a 1.68 times multiplier. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, that's still a lot more.
And the actually, I will do a test. I said I wouldn't, but I will. The actual spread of the shots is like quite tight,
Yeah,
which is really good.
it's very tight.
Yeah, like you can.
Like, yeah, it's
Yeah,
pretty...
I'm
It's
saying-
usually, even on moving enemies, it's pretty easy to hit all of them. I mean, look...
I'm still hitting all my shots.
Yeah,
so
like,
I'm
you're
far
pretty
away.
far away from that. Like, relatively. Like, I feel like that's around the distance where you still shoot enemies, you know? Yeah, I mean, that's a lot.
98.
Okay,
That's
wait.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So 98, wait. Is that more than Tech 2?
It definitely, yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's a just by doing the math, it's a basically 70% damage multiplier, like almost. It's 68%.
What about with like let's be a little bit fair. Aim in a way that you're only hitting 3 of the shots.
Like understand like.
Like let's just see the difference.
Okay,
It's funny because it's actually hard to only hit 3, but I just want to see like a comparison.
Okay, I know where to stand now. I'll stand right here, and I will hit all the. Okay. Oh, I missed my chance.
So what I want to do, Turt, is I want to take the average between the 3-shot range and the 4-shot range.
63, but if I use one more volley, it's 73. That's because it's on like the way the tier is, it's a bit, it was on like a thing.
Right.
63 or 73, which is still a lot more than, okay, well, let's say 63 or 73. What was Tech 2 again? Give Technology 2.
And then what was the quad shot again? Like 120?
Wait, just 63, 73, 63, 73, 63, 73, 63, 73. Okay, it's about the same as Tech 2 damage when you're only hitting 3 tiers.
Wow. What is triple shot? Maybe we were underrating triple shot. Do triple shot again.
Remove technology.
Because that, I mean, obviously, Tech 2 has piercing. Like, I'm not trying to compare direct to Tech 2, but like, that DPS is quite a bit more.
This is actually not hard to hit all the shots.
No, it's not. They're very connected. I've always known triple shot is really good. I think everybody was underrating it.
I thought the spread was wider, which it wasn't after the plus. I didn't wait. If I'm standing, wow, I'm still hitting all 3, standing half the room away.
Yeah,
that's actually.
I will say, triple shot is the one item in A- that everybody I knew was underrating. Like, it's still a guaranteed win item. It just is. It's so much extra DPS.
It's the same damage multiplier as Cricket's Head. That's what triple shot is when you hit all 3.
Well, then wouldn't it be in the same tier?
I think maybe they do have to be in the same tier. I didn't realize how easy it was to hit all 3 shots. Like, I was under the assumption that you're not always going to hit all 3 shots. But I'm standing half the room away still hitting the enemy with all 3 shots.
It has more synergy too. I think it's above Cricket's Head.
I would say it's below because the tiers down can be bad sometimes. And also Cricket's Head gives you a like damage in the formula as well. So it does do more damage at base. Cricket's Head does do more damage, even though the multiplier is lower.
Okay.
But and the multiplier is like basically the same. So Cricket's Head's better, but that being said, I would take Booker Rev over Inurai. Yeah.
I definitely wouldn't. What about challenge characters?
I mean, that's argument for, because I also said I would take Booker over Cricket's Head, I'm pretty sure. So it's a bit weird. Where I think the items go is, okay, I think Inurai can stay, I'm not going to fight the Booker Rev thing too much. It's the same argument as Cricket's Head, we put it below Cricket's Head, it's whatever. For Mutant Spider needs to be above Magic Mush, because the damage multiplier is higher. It is then comparable to Tech 2.
Quad did more than Tech 2. That being said, Tech 2 has piercing. It has ease of use. You just spam the beam. It has really solid enemy knockback considering it's constant. Tech 2 might also have better synergies. That's a hard one. Quad Shot does have great synergies as well.
Tech 2 has some really good synergies, like homing for one, homing with constant beams is ridiculous. But also, I'm pretty sure the IPECAC synergy is ridiculous. Wait, let me just remove. I think this is like one of these synergies. Like, give IPECAC.
In Quad Shot or Tech 2? Oh yeah, IPECAC Tech 2 is crazy.
Yeah, it's only doing 5.7 each time. Oh, so it doesn't give you the plus 40. I think that got nerfed. Either way,
do you see how much damage you're doing? Does it matter?
how much damage is it in 5 seconds? Hold on. Oh no.
Bro, what?
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Put the flex tape guy on the screen right now. That's a lot of damage.
This is not very strong.
This is not very strong, bro. Yeah, this is why come on, dude. Come on, dude.
I see why. No, because the Tech 2 beam only does 13% of your damage, but it's doing 13% of 43, but it's doing it every tick. That's
Yeah.
why it was so much damage. It was low. I thought it did. I thought the beam. Did
I
damage.
want to say synergies bring Tech 2 barely above quad shot.
I think I'm okay with that.
Like beam is just so free for synergies. It really is.
Yeah.
And you know, even with quad shot, sometimes the tears down is a problem. It still is, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That being said, most of the time the DPS definitely makes up for it, like all the time.
Tech 2 has had such a glow up. I remember when I was doing an after plus list, I had it in like D tier. And also on Kane, you didn't get to fire tears anymore. It was just the beam, and your damage got like completely destroyed. Like there were so many weird things in Tech 2 that make it bad, and then that might be the biggest buff I've seen.
Tech 2 is
What the
great.
hell?
Tech 2 is fantastic. It's actually one of my favorite
What
items.
happened? What happened? That's crazy.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, I'm glad that we were able to move triple shot up, because I actually always felt like it was lower than it should have been. But because, Ooga Booga, later man only goes off experience, he's not valid. Whatever, man. I was right. But yeah.
I didn't use the experience argument for that one.
No, I just mean in general. I just mean in general.
I think I just said that damage multiply won't actually be that high because you're not gonna hit all 3 shots. And then I just realized, no, you'll hit all 3 shots.
Yeah, you will.
You'll hit all 3
And again,
shots.
still like raise synergies and all that. Okay.
Insane
Insane chemical peel.
Chemical peel is actually it's okay. It's a okay item. It is so inoffensive. It's just okay.
Compared to pentagram, what is the damage up?
Worse. I'm now realizing because
I mean, I know it's worse, but I want to know the difference.
Well, okay, so if you just give pentagram and how much damage it goes up by 1.69, but this is all your tiers. Chemical peel, it goes up by 2, but only on half your tiers. So it's worse than pentagram.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say the numbers again? For some reason, I blanked out.
Okay. Pentagram on base stats, your damage up goes up by 1.69, but that's both tiers.
Right.
Well, chemical peel is plus 2, but only for half your tiers, so it's effectively plus 1. So it's less. Your chemical peel damage would be 4.5 instead of 5.19, basically.
Okay.
But the fact that chemical peel doesn't use the damage formula is a good thing because it means when you have more damage, like if I give myself another pentagram, this one's only plus 1.26. Wait, I want the
Wait, you're
green
testing?
number to go away.
Let me hold on.
Yeah. I'm testing. Okay, so at around your 3rd pentagram, chemical peel is the same. Or technically the pentagram is slightly better than chemical peel at 3. As soon as you go 4 pentagrams, chemical peel is now better. Like for sure.
Really? So late game, chemical peel is better than a damage up?
Yes. But it is and the third one is like extremely close. I'd say the second damage up is still like a little bit better, like it's still like enough better. The third one is basically identical. And then from 4th onwards, it's chemical peel is better.
How interesting.
Also, I believe, let me actually check with soy milk. I believe it's crazy with soy milk. Hold on. Like, because it's flat damage, right? Give chemical peel. Give soy milk. Born dummy. Yeah, no, it's actually adding +2 damage. It's ignoring the soy milk damage down. It's just +2. See how my normal tiers are doing 0.7, my chemical peel tiers are doing 2.7?
Wow.
That's crazy if you have a high tier rate. Yeah. So, there's synergies like that. Although, there's also the other end that if you have really really low fire rate, then chemical peel is worse. So it scales well with fire rate, and it's better when you have a lot of damage ups already, like later in the run.
Wow. Does that make it better than damage ups?
I would say it's very comparable to them. I would say that it's either right, I'd say it's like next to Steven somewhere. Like I'd say.
All right, I want to say. Here's the thing. I mean, I can't argue that it's better at late game. I want to say that the early instant benefit of damage is more relevant than the difference that chemical peel makes late game.
I agree. I
think you're going to save more hits in the early game with the instant higher damage than you would with chemical peel.
Yeah.
And I don't think the difference is that massive in the late game to make Chemical Peel better.
Yeah.
So I think right there is fair. Oh, I just realized on my stream you can't see it. It's right here.
If anything, no, it going further down doesn't. Actually, it could go further down. I think Steven is definitely better most of the time. I don't know, like that soy milk synergy is crazy, but I wonder how many times are you gonna get like the good chemical peel synergies?
I didn't realize Chemical Peel was like a synergy item. That's so funny. This is such an irrelevant item to me. I didn't realize it'd be this high.
Yeah, it's just really dependent on like
Like, good
how
with,
many shots you have.
with high tier rate, but not a given in any rank.
Wait, I need to check something right now. I think it's synergizing with Tech 2. Why does it synergize with everything? Oh my god, the laser is doing 2.5 damage. That's so dumb.
Wait, what?
Wait. Actually, I'm gonna try Brimstone as well. Wait, I think I'm remove.
Wait, does it actually synergize with more things than we think? Maybe
I think so.
Chemical Peel is the secret run carry that we never knew.
This is why I kind of like Blood Clot. I know Blood Clot's not as good as some of the other damage ups in the pool, but sometimes having flat damage is better than having normal damage.
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna give myself Brimstone, and we're just gonna check some DPS of Brimstone. Normally. Actually, I just realized I don't even have to because Chemical Peel, it won't always do the effect. So that was a Chemical Peel Brimstone shot, 47.5. Well, a normal Brimstone shot is 43.5.
Wait, what was the Chemical Peel?
Oh no, it is doing both. Oh, okay, no, it's doing both per tick. I see.
Okay, so what's normal? What's normal Brim?
Normal Brim. Wait. I did one Brim shot. 43.5. Then if I
take off the peel.
Chemical. 43.5.
Wow.
31.5.
Pretty solid
then,
damage up.
Okay, so it's about the same as Pentagram with Brim. So it doesn't synergize with Brim in any special way. It does with stuff that has like a constant like effect.
Interesting.
Like tech.
I am okay to just leave it right there, unless you think it should go higher or lower. I think it has enough synergies.
I can't. Oh wait, I'm stupid. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I think it has enough. I think it has enough of a chance to synergize that it's close to them. But then on average, it's worse than Steven. So I think right there is probably okay. Like, yeah.
Okay, cool. The Popper.
Insane.
Insane.
This is damage up now. No, this is actually damage up now.
It's true. How much of a damage up?
It is a 35% multiplier.
What?
To your left eye.
I didn't realize this.
So, wait, is that crazy? Wait, hold on. Hold on.
That's so dumb. Hold on.
Wait.
The amount of tests we've done.
The thing is that a 17.5% multiplier is not actually as high as it seems. But it is a 17.5% multiplier. That's crazy. Wait, give Peeper.
Plus you got that Peeper. Insane.
Please don't hit the guy. No, he's gonna hit the guy. No!
Okay, but that's part of the DPS. Include it.
No.
Include it.
No, he's gonna hit the guy again. Don't you
That's
dare.
fine, it's included.
7.5.
He's gonna hit things sometimes.
There we go, that's the DPS. The thing is, like, so what's crazy? Just like give yourself pentagram, right? You go up to 5.19, and before you had 3.5. like the first pentagram you pick up is a like almost a 50% multiplier. The first pentagram. Which is why this being a 17.5 when you're at base is not much. When does it get to the point where having the Peeper multiplier starts like really mattering? If it's 1.175, then
hear me out. It just did 16 damage. Insane.
Okay, at 2 damage ups, it is basically the same. Let's say you have 2 pentagrams already. Picking up a 3rd pentagram or picking up Peeper is basically the same, except obviously you get the familiar as well. So it's like Chemical Peel, but it's not like Chemical Peel in the fact that it doesn't have the big synergies because it's a multiplier. The reason Chemical Peel was like synergizing so well with Tech 2 is because it was a flat increase. So I would say with that logic, it has to be worse than Chemical Peel at least.
Okay, I'm just gonna listen to you. This one is weird to me.
And then but then I'm not kind of counting the familiar. If you count the familiar, it might be higher. But I think the multiplier is just too low. That it doesn't really matter.
The familiar helps a bit with rooms.
Yeah. Honestly, multipliers are really, really good in this game. When you have enough of a multiplier, 17.5% is not enough of a multiplier. That is like, it's not doing that much, like on base. And therefore it's only doing stuff on runs that already have a lot of damage that were probably fine and didn't need the multiplier. It's like, like I would rather have damage most of the time, just a +1 damage, because, yeah, +1 damage kind of just, it's more relevant at the start of the game.
I do kind of hate the popper though, it's very distracting. Detrimental. Are you okay with this spot?
I'm not sure. It's barely higher damage than just getting damage ups.
But it is higher?
It's at least better than damage up. I disagree a lot. I like, again, I have a damage formula in an Excel sheet. And yeah, it's basically the same as pentagram after you already have 2 pentagrams. Like getting a 3rd pentagram versus getting Peeper is the same. Maybe it is just right there for simplicity. I just feel like it's too high. It's just, the multiply's not that good.
Why is D6 that high? There's no shot after caves and taking it over Magic Mushroom. I just think its height carries it above Magic Mushroom. I do think D6 is worse than Quad Shot personally, but yeah, I don't know. Okay, you want to just leave it here for now? I think it's comparable to Chemical Peel.
I guess so. Sure.
Let's just move on then. Habit, one of the most fun min-max items. Charge items are great. This one's great. It's a self-hit effect. Self-hit min-max items are vastly better than self-hit deal damage items.
Yeah, because you can use these in non-active rooms, like on a curse room door, and you get benefit.
You can use this on a blood dono. You can use this with, well, it doesn't do anything for IV bag, but if you have backpack IV bag, pause.
Insane.
Yeah, this is also really good on tainted characters for their pocket actives. I think it's definitely better than battery. I think it's maybe even better than 9 volt. That being said, maybe it's not better than 9 volt. You have to take a hit. Even on soul heart characters, this is a lot worse. Because you don't want to lose soul hearts. It's still nice on soul heart characters, but
9 volt, really like 9 volt for 2-room charge battle actives and the passively recharging stuff like glass cannon.
Yeah.
9 volt's really good for those. Habit though can kind of like Habit with like a D6 for example, Habit with a D20, Habit with most dice items, actually.
Yeah.
Habit, like, it's really good for your utility items. So I'd say 9-volt is better for your battle items. Habit's better for your utility items. But 9-volt still is good for utility items too. It's just not as good. While Habit is, like, not nearly as useful for battle items. Like, not even nearly. I think it's comparable to 9-volt.
I actually don't think it is. The more I'm thinking about it, I think this is only as cracked as we think it is on Red Heart characters. I mean, it is cracked on Red Heart characters, it absolutely is. But, like, not in the same way that Prayer Card is cracked. Like, Prayer Card is another level, I feel like. Because, like, you just have infinite health with Prayer Card. With Habit, you need to have a solid active to make use of it. There's some actives that this isn't even that cracked with. And on top of that, it does nothing, literally nothing for challenge characters, and it's just okay on Soul Heart characters. Like, it's fine. I think I'd rather have the Prayer Card on Soul Heart characters, honestly. Which is funny because it's an active item. It's just, it's basically impossible to abuse it with Soul Heart characters the more I think about it. I think you honestly only gain... Okay, it's not impossible, but, like, is it really worth it? Like, I feel like on Soul Heart characters, even if I have something like D6, is it really worth losing the soul health to get another roll? Sometimes, but not consistently. Like, I feel like with Soul Heart characters, you'd rather have a full bar of Soul Hearts rather than get that extra reroll. Am I crazy?
Depends on the context, but you probably want Soul Hearts more, yeah.
Yeah, Soul Hearts are really good on Soul Heart characters. I would take 3 Soul Hearts over a damage up on a Soul Heart character, as crazy as that sounds. That's why the Blue Baby buff for Devil Deals was so massive. That being said, I do still think its benefit is very, 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 very high. I'm willing to put it here.
I think it's... Is it better than damage up? The problem is that, yeah, you do need to...
It's a little situational. There definitely are times where you pick this up where it doesn't really do anything. Even on Red Heart characters, you just not have a good active for it. Or not even have the health for it, right?
I would say, I would put it right below Scapula.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
I do think 9-volt is better. I think 9-volt is...
Yeah, because
it works all the time.
You know what? Yeah. This makes sense. Because, let's be real, Habit and Scapular are both min-max items, for the most part. And, Scapular, I think, is a lot more abusable because it works on Soul Heart characters.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Habit has really high highs when you can use the highs. So does Scapula. And then 9-volt is better than Habit because even though the highs aren't as high, it's just always good.
Wait, I just realized. I'm tripping. I just realized. Habit is still really good on Keeper. Wait, it's actually one of his best items.
That's true.
So he says Keeper is almost free win Habit. You actually... Wow. Wait, Habit can actually save you 50% of the time. By that logic, right? Because you just use Wooden Nickel more.
Yeah.
And that's so much more money.
That is a lot of money.
That's so much money. Wait, this might actually be...
how easy it will be to play a sack room. Like...
Wait. I think that alone makes it above Scapular.
Sure. I'm looking at Peeper, and Peeper feels wrong. Can we put Peeper, like, just a few places lower?
Put it wherever you want, bro. I don't care. I really don't care about Peeper.
Put Peeper below at least Scapula, maybe also Guppy's tail. Yeah, no, definitely put it below Guppy's tail as well.
That's fine. Whatever. You can put it wherever you want. I don't care.
We're putting it further down. We're putting it further down. Fuck Peeper. I hate it. Put it 2 spots lower.
There. Alright, are you happy?
What about Guppy's paw as well?
If I put it in detrimental.
Put it in detrimental. That feels better to me.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, no. Wait, I didn't even think about. I mean, hell, even on Tainted Keeper, Tainted Keeper, you could find Wooden Nickel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is still useful on Keeper.
Habit also goes infinite with some things. It's not that likely you're gonna get an infinite with Habit, but.
Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Is this item insane on Tainted Keeper as well? Because couldn't you technically go into an enemy room, take a hit to charge your active, whatever it may be, and then just heal right from the enemy coin?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So that's very risky if you want to go down a one.
Well, yeah, but I feel like, I mean, you know, obviously you do it on enemies that you know you can one-shot. Like, you take the intentional hit, then just kill them, and then take the heal back. But then you get the free charge.
I feel like it's really good on both keepers for a different reason. Both keepers can very easily turn coins into charges.
Right.
And that's crazy.
That is crazy. I didn't even think... It's funny, because usually soul heart characters, you can do more with soul health than the coin health, just because you have a less amount of coin health. But, like... Yeah, this specific synergy is kind of crazy, isn't it?
Isn't this basically charge penny for both keepers? It's just charge penny. You can take damage to then get charges.
This is insane.
You just heal up with the coins.
I'm willing to put it above Blood of the Martyr.
I mean, I'm still willing to compare it to 9 volt. I feel like Blood of the Martyr and Pentagram is not a very big difference.
You know
So
what?
I think it's
After all this, I mean, hell, keepers are some of the hardest characters in the game. I'm down to put it right there.
Yeah, Habit has really, really, really high highs, and then
It can sometimes just do
it's
nothing.
not even that low. 9 volt is more like consistent, I would say.
Yeah.
I'd say they're similar.
Yeah. I think it's fine.
Fair enough.
This is fine, right here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like this. The keeper argument really got to me, because
Yeah.
this actually might be one of their best items in the game. That's crazy. I am such a lover of Bloodlust. So for some reason, people hate this item. I don't know why. It feels so free.
I think it falls off late game because it's hard to get the damage to use it with.
Okay, the thing with Bloodlust is that it carries you hard in the early game. Like, you could just, like, get the max damage from Blood Donos or IV Bag or whatever. Or by intentionally taking damage, or Curse Rooms, or even Sack Rooms, maybe. There's so many ways to get the max damage up to a point where you'll get to such a high damage with Bloodlust that you'll never take damage ever again on that floor. Like, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Like, you get so much damage for the early game. I do agree that it falls off late game, but not, like, fully falls off. Like, it's still good. So my argument for Bloodlust, because we were comparing this a lot in the Secret Room list, I think. Some list. No, it was Devil Deal, I think.
Devil list.
Yeah.
Devil list.
In Devil Deal list, to... What's the other one called? Bloody... It's Bloody Lust, or is it... Wait, what's the difference?
Lusty Blood. Lusty Blood is the one on enemy kills.
Right. So Lusty Blood is, you know, new Samson. I don't know. I feel like it's so obviously better than Bloody Lust. To me, I thought it was crazy you thought Bloody Lust was better. Here's the thing with this item. Even though it might fall off a little bit late game, it's still good. On any character other than the Lost. Hell, it's even good on Keepers. On any character other than the Lost, this item, you just take hits, even by accident. You don't need to purposely use it. Taking accidental hits, how much damage does this give you at max?
So I just went in game right now to test something, and I didn't know this for the Devil list. I thought it used the formula. It doesn't use the formula. It's flat.
Yeah.
It always will give you +6.
Yeah.
Like if I get myself Pentagram,
You didn't know that?
Pentagram's still gonna go up by 1.6.
Wait, you actually didn't know that? How did I know this and you didn't?
I don't know.
Well, maybe I just
thought
love the item more, so I use it more.
I thought it used the damage formula, meaning it plateaued, but it doesn't plateau at all because it doesn't use the damage formula. It's flat.
Yeah, it's always plus 6 damage. It's a lot of damage.
So you need to take 6 hits late floor, but if you take 6 hits, you have plus 6 damage. If you take...
It's 6... Okay, realistically, right? In a final boss scenario, here is my argument against Lusty Blood. In a final boss scenario, let's say you have max health, right? You have Book of Rev or whatever, and you have full soul hearts on a soul heart character even. Let's just... Soul heart character, full soul hearts. You take 6 hits, you have plus 6 damage for the remainder of the fight. Hello? Hello? Like, let's talk Mega Satan, right? You go into Mega Satan door, you have full health. You take 6 hits, but you're slowly getting damage up. It's not like you have to wait until half your bar is to get 6 damage. Every time you get hit, you're getting a damage up, which will, you know, like, you don't need to self-damage for it to be good. Over time, you're gonna get damage up. You just will.
I just want to address a question someone said in chat. If it doesn't use the formula, how does it work with soy milk? So, it's a difference with Chemical Peel doesn't add to your damage stat, but it adds to the tier. Bloody Lust does add to your damage stat, it just doesn't use the damage formula. And Pentagram adds to your damage stat, but it uses a damage formula that makes it get worse the more you have. So, there's like 3 different things. Pentagram will get worse the more you have, and goes on the number. Bloody Lust will not get worse the more damage up you have, but it still adds to the formula. Chemical Peel just adds to the tier, and that's why it's crazy with Soy Milk, because Soy Milk will affect this damage with Bloody Lust. Like, if I get myself Soy Milk, my damage is now gone.
That being said, 2 damage with Soy Milk, and that's all you have, that's kind of good.
I do have a Pentagram, but yeah, still.
But yeah, yeah, I've always really loved Bloodlust. I mean, there's a reason why I ranked Samson so high on a character tier list. I think it's just a great item. Even into the late game, like, it doesn't really fall off, is my argument. Like, it's still solid even when you're not trying to use it. Like, remember, you've saved so many hits in the early game due to min-maxing and gaining benefit. You basically never take damage to enemies. That's my thing. In the early game, you never take damage.
Item is ridiculous. Like, early game, it is better than Cricket's Head.
The only damage you take in early game is self-hit. The things you want to take damage to, like Sack Room or Curse Room or Blood Dono. And everything else, you just sweep through, because you just one-shot everything. So you don't take unintentional hits, which means you also get your devil deals very easily, because you have so much damage.
Yeah.
So yeah,
It does suck that you need to reapply it every floor.
Well, yeah, but if you... Turt, if you didn't have to do that, then it would be insane. If you did not have to do that, it would be insane.
I know. I'm just saying that it does make the item a bit, like... I don't know, it's just... It's really good, and at the same time, it's just a bit awkward.
It's not that awkward. It's like, listen, at worst, you just don't try to use it, and you'll get benefit over time. I think on average, as a normal character, not lost, obviously, even as the keepers, I think on average, you take like 2 to 3 hits for like a later game floor, right? I think that's fair. Like 2 to 3 hits. And you just get some free damage up. Like 4 free. And against a final boss, you'll take more. I would say maybe, well, depending on the run. Obviously, you could have like a nuke run, but I think on average, like for a Soul Heart character, you might take like 6 hits. And guess what? You're getting more damage over those 6 hits. There you go.
Yeah, so you're only getting like actually good damage on the last few hits. But like the first hit you take only doesn't give you much damage. But the last hit you take gives you a lot of damage. Like you really need to take like 4+ hits for it to actually be good.
You don't need to, though. It's just like, it's a passive thing. Like, and it's so much damage. Like, the relevance of this for the early game is so much massively better than any damage up that it absolutely deserves a tier change. Like, it just does. Like, you nuke things. You actually just do. And even in the late game, like, for a final floor scenario, you will just get more damage than a single damage up. Maybe not more than every damage up you've gotten in the run, but if we're comparing it directly to 1 damage up, yes, it is always giving more damage than 1 damage up. It's not even close. Except for the walls.
I'm not comparing it to damage up.
Okay, good. Well, I thought you would have, like, because I know you underrate this item quite a lot.
You're underrated at all. No, I think it's A- tier for sure.
Okay, good.
I'm just wondering I just wonder, like,
I would imagine it's better than Lump of Coal, but there's a chance that maybe Lump of Coal damage is better than I think it is. That's just like kind of like where I'm feeling. Yeah, I feel like that feels correct to me. This is good on every character except for the Lost. It's still good on Keeper as well. In fact, it's kind of cracked on Keeper. Again, you can do the same thing as I said for Habit for Tainted Keeper.
Peeper is really good with any of the min-max on-hit effects.
Yeah.
And this kind of count. Okay, by min-max on-hit effects, I mean on-hit effects that give you permanent benefit.
Yeah.
An on-hit effect like Dead Bird that gives you benefit for one room, who cares?
Yeah.
This does give you, not permanent but benefit for the whole floor.
Yeah, I mean,
pretty
to a point where you nuke every... Yeah, it's absolutely relevant.
Yeah.
Because especially for the boss for Keeper, right? Because let's be honest, the bosses are the hardest part for Keeper. Because, especially Tainted Keeper, because, you know, you might not be able to get the coins from enemies that you usually would get.
I mean, you could literally, like, right before you kill an enemy, you could take damage to them, and then grab the coin, and now you got damage up. And you could easily go into the boss with the full damage, so, of the Bloody Lust.
It literally is just a lot of damage. It's that simple. Now that you found out that it's flat as well, could you at least agree with me that it's better than Lusty Blood?
I think so.
Okay, good.
I think that is enough.
Good.
I still think Lusty Blood is probably like B+ tier, like high B+.
That's fine. No, I still like... I'll put it this way. Lusty Blood is still better than a damage up. But...
Another reason I didn't have it as high is we were ranking this in the Devil list before, and in that context
that's also
where
fair.
You're losing health, you can't use it as well.
That is actually completely valid. Because I agreed even in that list that it's not as good in Devil Pool. You're actually right. I forgot about that. That's why I compared it directly to Lusty Blood, because it was in Devil Pool, and Lusty Blood is comparable to Bloodlust in Devil Pool. That makes sense. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, so I feel like... So I'm actually, like... funnily enough, because you thought I was, like, putting it lower. I actually could see this going higher, but the fact that it's definitely worse than Mulligan and Tooth Shot late game. But early game, it's much better than them. Like I said earlier, this is better than Cricket's Head early game. It's actually better than Cricket's Head early game, like easily. Late game, Cricket's Head is better for sure.
Yeah.
But
you do save a lot of hits in the early game. I think combining its early game and still like it's a solid passive effect for the late game. I still do agree it does not fall off in the late game. It's just less good. I think
it falls off.
Well, no. To me, in my mind, falls off means that it's bad. Like it's just not even good anymore. It's still good. Like it is. Like if this was only able to be picked up in late game, I would say it's still comparable to damage up. In fact, I'd still say it's better than damage up, even in late game. I would.
Well, damage up also falls off late game, so it's the formula.
I guess.
So.
Anyway, that doesn't matter. If I'm combining everything, I mean, I really love this item. This is one of my favorite items in the game. It's so much fun to just min-max with it and then just nuke everything in the floor. It's tough.
I think right here is correct, and I could maybe see Lumpical higher, but I could also see Lumpical lower.
Well, if you think this, if you think this spot is fair, then that's fine. I thought you were trying to move it higher. I could also move it higher, but
I can see it higher for early game, and then later in the run, it's worth. Like, okay, let's say you go to Hush, right? You go into the Hush. There's no pre-floor. You just go straight into Hush, and now you have to take 6 hits for you to. Like,
no. You're thinking about the item wrong. You don't need to. In the course of the fight, when you get hit, you will do more DPS.
No, I'm comparing to the other items in A-.
Correct.
The items in A-, I have Mulligan, and it's instantly giving me 33% damage in the Hush fight. But with Bloody Lust, I need to take damage before I'm getting the.
In the Hush fight, on average, I get hit on Hush more than most of the bosses. In the Hush fight, I think overall you'll do more DPS for the entire fight with Bloodlust. I think so. It depends on the run, obviously. It depends on the context, but I think so. Like, I think there's more damage tanking in the Hush fight more than other bosses. So, you know, you're going to take more hits and you'll get more damage.
The fact that it is flat actually does quite a lot for me because it doesn't... I thought with the formula it was really bad. So, okay, the advantage of flat damage... Actually, this is a great item in that it's getting all of the benefits of flat damage without any of the negatives. The normal negative of flat damage is that it's bad at the start of the run. Normally, at the start of the run, a regular damage up, like a pentagram, is better than flat damage. But that's not true for Bloody Lust. Bloody Lust, in fact, is incredibly good at the start of the run because of how much flat damage it gives you. So it completely offsets any weakness flat damage has in early game, and in fact, it's one of the strongest. Like I was saying before, Bloody Lust early game Samson is so easy.
You're not gonna like this, but I absolutely think it's better than piercing. But I think you definitely disagree with that. I think
I like my piercing quite a lot.
Like, the thing is, in rooms, like, all the way up until womb, the extra damage is going to do better, even against hordes, than piercing. I think that's actually fair. You have so much more damage.
Not in womb.
Well, no. I said up to womb.
Oh. I guess.
And it's way better against bosses. Like, I mean, it just is. It's more DPS. So
this
just feels
good early game.
The only
flat
time
damage is better late game.
I think the only time I take piercing over Bloody Lust is if I'm the Lost. That is the only time. Even late game, I take Bloody Lust over piercing. To be fair though, piercing's also like one of those things where it's like piercing is as high as it is because of rune clearing, but I also just think like the early game rune clearing of Bloodlust makes it like close enough to piercing to the point where its other benefits definitely put it above piercing. Like piercing is probably only better for like womb, and like you're probably gonna take enough hits for like the later game bosses anyway to where the benefit of Bloody Lust is better than piercing.
Honestly,
anyway.
I'm thinking about it more. Bloody Lust makes your early game so easy, and then late, it's just. But it's not even like it. You're right. It's not bad late game. Like it's.
You have other items. It's not like you're soloing the game with Bloody Lust. In late game, you have other items. It's just when you get hit, you get some extra damage. It's not bad. It's still really good. You will still likely get more than a damage up. You just will. But anyway, if you want to leave it here, I'm not upset about it. But I do think I'd put it above Steam sale personally. But if you're confident with this placement, we can just move on. But
I'm not confident with the placement. I'm thinking about it. I can see it higher. Like I can even see it higher than piercing, like you were saying. I could see it. I'm just. I don't know how much weighting to give the end game for this item.
The thing is, when we're ranking items, I think we don't like end game needs to be considered with a full set of items. Yes, Bloodlust isn't carrying by itself. I almost even wonder if the early game is more relevant than the late game for consideration, because that early game is when you're getting this item with less synergy. So how well does this item stack up by itself? And by itself, this item is cracked in the early game. Whereas in the late game, you're going to have other items to do, you know, to put in the work before you get hit. Like, this has such a long-term benefit because you're saving so much extra hits.
I'm going to say piercing's better. Is Tough Love better? I'm not sure. Because Tough Love's better late game, but it's not better early game, and I don't know what to make of that.
How about we just do piercing versus Bloodlust poll? Because I still think I still think Bloodlust is better than Steam Sale. But if you're, you know, if you think that piercing's better, then I think the poll that's correct is piercing versus Bloodlust.
Sure.
All right. Let's see.
That being said, piercing is. A lot of people don't like piercing. Like, I think a better poll in terms of like actual placement would be Bloodlust versus Tough Love, because a lot of people don't like piercing as much as I do. So I feel like Piercing might lose to Bloodlust, but Tough Love might not. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, then that means Piercing also has to go below Tough Love. Let's just do this poll. Let's do... Okay, well, look. Hear me out. Let's do this poll first. And if Cupid's loses by a lot, then we'll also do Cupid's versus Tough Love.
Piercing is not going below anything else.
Okay, well then let's just do Cupid's versus Bloodlust. And if Bloodlust loses, then we can also do Tough Love versus Bloodlust. All right. Boom. There you go. There we go. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that like crazy for either as well. I think both are good in different ways. They're both saving you hits. I mean, hey, it looks like you were wrong. Most people are voting Cupid so far.
Wow. So I think people just really don't like Bloody Lust.
That's possible. That is definitely possible.
Hmm.
But yeah, like I said, we could do Tough Love poll as well. The game Bloodlust is stronger, but Cupid is better in the long run in rooms. Bloodlust is strong against bosses. Cupid is just good in rooms in general. Yeah, I think in general Cupid is better than rooms, but the early game of Bloodlust rooms is better than Cupid's Arrow early game rooms. To a point where I feel like its room difference is not that much massive. Like, I do think Cupid's is better in rooms, but only barely. And Cupid's is borderline irrelevant against most bosses, so...
Man, honestly, I feel like Steam sale should be, like, quite a bit lower in this tier.
If you want to move it below both Bloody Lust and Piercing, that's fine. But we shouldn't move it too drastically. I think it's in a fair enough spot, personally. I'll do it for you, though.
Yeah. I feel like Steam sale is very comparable to Dollar, and I feel like Steam sale is not better than the items that we have.
Dollar is not comparable to Steam sale. It just isn't.
They're basically the same item, man.
They are not.
I don't know.
Steam sale literally solos greed.
Who cares about greed mode?
It's still a mark! And for some characters, it's one of the hardest mark. Okay, we're at 20 votes. That's good enough. Alright, do you want to do the Tough Love poll as well?
Yeah, I'm curious.
Okay. That's fine. I think you might be right. We will not do the Mulligan poll though, no matter what, because we're kind of already at the range that we thought anyway. And I'm already lowering this more than the midpoint anyway, because Tough Love.
I do think Bloody Lust is better than Steam Sale, like quite definitively. That's why I think Steam Sale needs to be lower.
Again, like I said, I'll put it above Bloody.
Yeah.
I mean below Bloody Lust, but I'm not gonna put it too much lower. Bloody Lust. Tough Love.
I was thinking like Steam Sale, like should be like above Prayer Card, below Lump Coal. That's what I was thinking, or maybe above Lump Coal, like around that range.
All right, chat. What are we thinking? Yeah, looks like you're ready in. Yeah, people just don't like Bloody Lust. I think it's a min-max thing. I think like average knowledge might not be as like on hit effect like crazy as like crazy common as we think it is. I personally think it's very easy to do on hit effect min-maxing. Okay, but that's fine. We will put it below then. And you know what? Just for you, we could do this as well.
I feel like Mulligan and Tough Love are too similar though. Like that's, I feel like those items were like joined. They're very similar multipliers. So like I feel like that's correct. Like that looks correct to me.
That's fine. Whatever. Okay. Let's move on. I'm just glad that Bloody Lust is in a solid tier for it.
But then I look at stuff like PhD and Lucky Foot, and I really like those items, but are they really better than, like, Bloody Lust?
Yes.
Like, you know what I mean? I'm getting thrown off right now.
Yes. They just are. They have so much long-term effects.
Can we do, just for curiosity's sake, can we do Mulligan versus PhD?
PhD's gonna win. I don't even think I need to do that poll, but I mean, we can if you really want.
I just want to see how much it wins by.
There's no way people like Mulligan more than PhD. That is crazy. PhD, you get so much health. You get health up, so...
Maybe do Tough Love instead. I feel like people like Tough Love more than Mulligan, even though they're like almost the same.
No, if they're the same, then the correct thing to do is Mulligan. Because then we're getting a more accurate depiction. Tough Love is just people liking it.
Okay, that's fine then. I feel better about that. I just wanted to see like how much it won by, and it is quite a lot. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. Alright.
Sorry, I'm getting like a bit thrown off with that tier. The tier's better now though, I think.
That's fine.
It's hard for me to conceptualize the good pills versus the other effects. But
it unveils all of them. Like,
yeah.
I mean, like, pills don't feel as good in normal because, you know, obviously 50% of the time, or like less, they're just not good. But like, they're significantly better when all of them are good.
Yeah.
I mean, with PhD, pills are better than cards. Yes. I mean, some cards can like solo a boss, sure, but like over the course of the entire run, the extra stats, the extra health that you're getting, hell!
Yeah, I think PhD over the course of a run is kind of crazy.
It is. And, hell, I'm Drowsy is basically comparable to most of the battle cards anyway. And you unveil that with this. So you can just hold it.
Okay, I think that's fair enough then. Crystal Ball.
I love Crystal Ball. It is full mapping effect every time you use it, and a Soul Heart most of the time. Or a card, and cards are good as well.
So it's basically deck of cards and Book of Revelation, but it picks one of them. Doesn't give you both. What? Oh my god, wait, I forgot they added this in Repentance. While held, increases the chance of finding a planetarium by 15%.
That is also awesome.
100% if a treasure room has been skipped. What?
Wait, 100%? Are you serious?
If you skip one item room, you are guaranteed to find your planetarium.
Wait, that's awesome. I didn't know that.
This item is so rare that I forgot that was a thing. That's cool.
I love this. I mean, I specifically break fortune machines for this item a lot of the time. I mean, the full map is great for rush marks. It's just a lot of soul hearts. I actually am not even that... No, never mind. I'm tripping. I was going to put it in the same tier as Rev, but that's wrong. Rev is just so consistent soul health.
Yeah.
That being said, is it, like, not that much worse? Like, you get full map, extra planetarium that you might not have gotten otherwise. And again, the map is great for rush marks. Or, I mean, hell, does it tell you where your secret room is? Or does it not?
Your regular secret room, yeah, it's a world card. It's a world card.
Bro, what? And then you spawn more cards. Hell, this is technically still useful on Lost. You get full mapping effect, and you can get freaking holy cards out of it. Is this technically the second best reusable item for Tainted Lost?
Being half as good as deck of cards is quite a like that's a lot worse than deck of cards.
But what item is better on Tainted Lost?
God
Maybe Book of Shadows. Is that it?
I don't know.
I'm just saying. Like, that's the hardest character in the game. Any way to get more holy cards is kind of cracked. I think its benefit is comparable. You know what's funny? It feels similar to Lucky Foot and PhD. You get so many small effects that combine to the overall success of the run. You get so much health out of it, like Book of Rev. You get really good battle cards out of it, like Deck of Cards. You get full mapping effect. It's a world card on use. But basically guaranteed rush marks. And again, you still just have so much help with this item. Like, when you have this item, tell me you don't have max soul hearts, like, all the time.
Yeah, I mean, this gives you soul hearts at the same rate the nail does, but you're also getting cards.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're also getting, like, I would rather have the mapping effect than the damage. I don't really care.
I think it's very comparable to PhD and Lucky Foot.
I don't think it's quite that good. I would say it's more comparable to Precon.
No. It's significantly better on all the characters, whereas Prayer Card is only really that good on Red Hearth characters, and it's okay on Soul Heart characters. It's not even comparable, actually. I don't even think it's that crazy to say that it's that much worse than Book of Rev.
I would put this above Steam Sale, below Belated Lust. I don't think it's PhD level.
I'm actually wondering if I'd take this over Lucky Foot. Because you just get so much health.
If you're talking about health, the Relic is giving you more health than this. Now, again, this is giving you cards as well, which is nice, but...
But I don't know if that's true. You still have battery synergies to take into account for. Battery Bum. Like, it still has all the same synergies that Book of Rev has. The Habit. 9 Volt will just give you, you know, more charges in general. No,
I think Relic is...
I think with synergies, you definitely still get more soul health. You get the Hierophant card.
Wait, am I crazy, or did we knock Relic too far down? I feel like Relic's better than Prayer Card. Do you think Relic should be better than Prayer Card?
Maybe. It's just, you gotta clear a lot of rooms. Like, in late game, you don't even want to clear that many rooms. Like, in the rooms you're clearing late game, like, you're probably just gonna lose more health than you're actually gonna gain out of it. Like, I feel like you just gain more benefit from Prayer Card.
I think Soul Hearts are just generally better.
I mean, they are,
and
but you don't get them as
you
don't get them as often as you get the Eternal Hearts from Prayer Card.
Yeah, but you're still getting them often enough. And like again, the Prayer Card is the issue where if you're using it multiple times on the same floor, the second use, every even number use does nothing. So.
I am very confident about it being right where it is. So I tell you what, just for you, we can put it right below Prayer Card. How's that?
Sure.
Because admittedly, I do think maybe it's okay to compare them. I disagree, but I think it's fair enough. Anyway, back to Crystal Ball. No, I do think Crystal Ball is one of the best active items in the game. I think it's really freaking good. I think this is one of those active items, I get it, I'm like, yes, I'm satisfied to have this for the rest of the game.
It is one of those. Like, that's why it's A tier, right? But I
actually don't even think it's that much worse than Rev. What is the chance to spawn a Soul Heart anyway?
50%. It's literally half as good as Rev in terms of Soul Heart.
So yeah, so like you said, you're getting the nail amount of Soul Hearts on top of everything else. But it's still actually better than nail, even for the Soul Hearts, because you're dropping the Soul Heart. Wait, that's actually such an important factor of this. That actually makes it better than Rev in some scenarios. Because how many times have you had Rev charge and you have to save it and you waste like so many rooms based on charges? Crystal Ball you just use. You just use it and it drops it on the floor. They can just stay on the floor.
If you have Soul Locket, you can pick up the
Insane!
Soul Heart.
Wait, that actually is true though. Okay, but that's a very specific synergy. No, but that's actually something we haven't considered. That is very relevant to this item. You could spam it.
Soul Hearts on the ground are better than Soul Hearts in your health bar.
100%. You can just keep using it. Actually, that alone, because I thought that it was comparable, it's definitely better than Luckfoot for me. 100%. That is huge. There was something about this item that I was forgetting. It's that. You actually just always use it. Every time it charges, you use it.
The cards are really good though.
They are.
Like I'm thinking like.
And because you get so many, and because you get so many of the cards, you can just use a card for every single boss fight.
I keep thinking of this as just like, oh, well, in terms of Soul Heart generation, Relic's better. But it's not just Soul Heart generation.
It's Soul Heart generation, it's card generation, it's full map effects, so guaranteed rush marks, guaranteed secret room, and in late game, that's really good.
Planetarium chance.
Plus the planetarium, it's absolutely better than Luckfoot. Hello? And you get so much health out of it. Because you're dropping it on the floor? I changed my mind, it's here. I really don't even think it's that crazy to be comparable to Book of Rev, but I'm not going to put it there because I know you think that's crazy. Because the benefit, you actually do have scenarios where you're at a full bar of soul hearts and you just want to drop them on the floor to be able to pick them up.
I can see it being comparable to Lucky Foot the more I think about it. But it also feels wrong.
If you think that, I'm okay with putting it back here. But I actually think this is my spot. But for the sake of our list, we could put it here. This is also good on every character. I think it is here! Wait! Because I don't even think it's that far away from Rev. I actually still think it's kind of comparable. Because let's think about it, right? How many times have you had Book of Rev and you're at max soul hearts and you're just like, whatever. I mean, obviously max soul hearts is great. Like, it's game winning. That's why it's an A+. But guess what? You have Crystal Ball. When you're at that max soul hearts, guess what? You're also getting cards. You also got that extra planetarium chance. If you're the Lost, you have the freaking benefit of the mapping effect, which obviously you're probably going to get a better active than this anyway, but I'm just saying, it's more useful than Book of Rev if we're comparing the two. It just is. You get the planetarium, you get the... Hell, wait a minute. Dropping soul hearts as the Lost is not even that terrible, because you can freaking like D20 or something. I don't freaking know. Or GB bug or whatever. I mean, it's better than just spawning nothing, right? And again, on Tainted Lost, more holy cards. 50% of the time, you're doing deck of cards, right?
I think putting it in the same tier as Book of Rev is wrong.
Okay, again, I'll move it. This is actually my new spot. I'm actually very confident about this because it's always felt comparable to Book of Rev to me.
It still feels like lower, like mid to low end of A- for me.
No way, you just said it was comparable to Luckfoot.
No, I said I can see it being there. Like,
well, for the
I'm
sake
trying to, like,
for the sake of the list, I'm willing to do this. Is that fair?
I'm also willing to put it there. Like,
but
it's fine. I feel it feels weird to me, but I can see it.
I really think it's so comparable to Book of Rev. The more I think about it, it's crazy. There were so many things that I wasn't.
A little bit.
There's so many things about this item that you just like need to consider. That's crazy. Mark Crispal and D6 in the same tier. They're not.
It's fine where it is. It's fine where it is. That's fine. I'm not gonna think about it too much more. It's okay.
Where exactly were you gonna put it anyway?
I still think it's like lower end of this tier.
That makes no sense. How can you think about
Mid to low end?
How
like,
could you disregard max soul hearts, card generation, full mapping effect, extra planetarium?
Yeah, I would put it the middle of this tier.
Oh, you said lower end.
I said mid to low end. Like around Steam.
I think even like saying low end is crazy. If you want to put it below, like if your thought was it should be below the DPS items, maybe I can at least see your point on that.
That's where it would be going. I said like around bloody last like lump.
Okay, now when you say low end, to me that means
I said mid to low end. Mid to low end.
Alright, whatever. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Like
this is fine. That's a fine placement. There's so many things about this item I forgot about. Full mapping is just that good. Oh, it's great. It's basically guaranteed rush marks too.
I think it's fine there. It is okay.
We finally made it to Spirit of the Night.
It's flight. Okay, so
flight and spectral.
I personally think that adding spectral to flight, it's obviously good. I don't think the spectral is as big of a deal as people make it out to be. So I like this item because I like flight. I don't really care about it being spectral plus flight. I just like flight. It's still obviously like one of the better flight items because of spectral. Like, and
it is the second best flight item in the game.
Yeah.
Next to
flight is good as a base, so it's not that much better than Transcendence. Is what I'm trying to say. But I would have Transcendence higher than where it is. So where are you gonna put it? Basically.
Where would you put it?
Well, I would have Transcendence around like the Pact, and I would have Lord of the Pit. I might have Transcendence. I might have Transcendence below the mark. No, it's still above the mark. I would have Transcendence above the mark. I would have Lord of the Pit above the Pact, and then I would have Spirit of the Night above Lord of the Pit, and I wouldn't put them above Parasite.
I think the amount of hits. I think the amount of hits you save with Spirit of the Night specifically, in terms of ease of play, is the thing for me, right? So Turt tested the difference between spectral flight and regular flight, and when I was seeing his tests, I was like, yeah, I could see why he thinks the way he thinks, but in practice, he's wrong. Yes, there are many rooms where technically the difference is not that relevant. But when you are actively playing the game, the spectral changes everything. It is ease of use. You don't get impatient. It is so much easier to be impatient over the course of the entire run. Yes, it's a massive difference. My whole point with the invincibility in rocks and spectral, you fly over the rocks, you're invincible because you can just spam shoot. That is mainly true because you don't have to be impatient. Impatience will always plague people. It just will. Even on lost runs, impatience can happen. All right?
So I want to specify what my test was. My test was I made a modded character who's the exact same as the Lost, except he doesn't have Spectral. So I was playing a Lost run without Spectral. I never got hit because I didn't have Spectral. It didn't happen once in the entire run.
Yes.
I did not take damage.
Yes, because you were testing for specifically that. Again, with context, this is very, 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 very important. This is something that is not easy to be tested. You can't really test this. It is a patience thing. People are not perfect. People will not be perfect. People will not stay in the rock for ages until, or like, they will not play as optimally as you think they will at all times. Over the course of an entire run, for every run, Lost would be significantly harder without Spectral. He just would be. My placement for Spirit of the Night is right here. Spirit of the Night, I think, is the first thing I think of when I think of flight. It is no impatience to it. You go into a room, you shoot. You get into a rock. The first thing I said, I've also said this before, the first thing I see whenever I enter a room, I don't know if this is true for everybody, I don't see the enemies first. I see the formation of the room first. So the first thing I see is where I can hide. So I go to that place to hide, and then I can just shoot the enemies, right? That invincibility is important, and it's quick. Yes, you could avoid a lot of what would hit you in the world that I'm talking about. We are invincible. But what Turt was testing was when you're actually playing the game, you can leave the rocks and then shoot, which is true. When you are playing at an average skill level consistently, yes, you're not going to get hit. That being said, over the course of every single run, you will get impatient for certain things. You just will. You will take hits with flight without spectral that you wouldn't have taken with flight with spectral, because you could just continue to attack while in the rocks. It is a factor, and it's also faster. This is significantly faster, so for rush marks, this is already a huge consideration.
So, Mana, like, I don't even mind you putting it here, like, because I like flight. So, like, when I said when I said Spirit of the Night's below Parasite, I also could put flight higher than that. Like, flight is a thing that I just really like it. I just don't, I really don't get how Transcendence is that much worse. I don't think the Spectral is, I feel like it's very easy to overrate how much the Spectral is doing. I think it feels good. I think this is a game feel thing where it feels really good, and it is convenient. I'll admit it is convenient, but I think if you don't have it, it actually isn't as important as you think. I think that's just hard for people to understand.
Game feel, I think it's hard for you to understand. Game feel is important for taking hits. If you do not feel good in your current run, if you do not feel like you are having like a fun time shooting, you will get impatient, and that will lead to more hits. You just will. That happens. In your test, you were specifically trying to play as optimal as possible, so that way you can get that. And let's not even talk about the fact that you were playing as Lost. Of course you need to play optimal as Lost. This is for every character. Do you know how good Spectral and Flight on Lost actually is? It's insane. But this on every character. Imagine Spirit of the Night on the Keeper. Just imagine for a second. It'd be insane. Insane. Because that's one of the problems with Keeper. He feels slow, he feels a little clunky, right? With this, you have all the benefit of Lost on Keeper. Well, besides the Devil Deals. But basically and the Holy Mantle, obviously. But you know what I mean, right? Okay. The game feel.
What Boss Rottenhead said is exactly how I feel. I don't think Spectral makes it that much better, but it makes it a bit better. That's how I feel about Spectral. I think items like Spirit of the Night are very good, but a big reason why the item is good is because Flight is really good. And Spectral helps with that a little bit, but I think most of the item is Flight being good.
No.
Which is why I don't understand the difference between Spirit of the Night
The difference is that Spectral is solid on its own. It is solid. We have it here, which it's also a Tears Up.
Which is Tears Up.
Listen.
Without the Tears Up, I would put Spectral probably C-.
I would put it high C+. It's still useful. You go into a room, you shoot all the enemies without worry. You just shoot, right? You don't even need to aim as much with Spectral. It's still nice. It is a solid item stacked on top of Flight, even without the fact that we're considering that with Flight and Spectral, it's significantly better. It is multiplicative. Like, you must see that, right? It is a it is a synergy, technically, or it's a combo, whatever. You fly into the rocks, and you shoot through them, and any enemies that do contact damage, they can't reach you. You just shoot them for free. And that's part of the game.
Everyone's going to hate me. Everyone's going to hate me. And I risk making everyone think my opinion is invalid by saying this. But I actually think Spectral on its own is a bigger increase to your kit than adding Spectral to Flight.
That makes no sense.
Let me explain. If you don't have Flight, let's say you're in you're in a room where there's like rocks separating you and the enemies. If you are base Isaac, you have to walk around the rocks and shoot the enemies. So you have to go into their range. If you have just Spectral, you can shoot through the rocks and you have complete safety on fighting the enemies. If you have just Flight, you can fly over the rocks, and as the enemy shoots you, go back over the rock and you won't get hit. So in both scenarios, with just Flight and just Spectral, you can fight the room safely. So having both isn't really making you that much safer relative to what both items gave you from base.
Now,
does that make sense?
Okay. I get what you're trying to say, you're just wrong. The combo is still so much stronger.
Okay, no. Okay, someone just said there's no harm in having the Flight. I'm not saying... No.
I still think... No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I still think you're wrong. the combo is still stronger than the additive bonus of both individually. But I'm going to, now this is not to change the placement, I'm just curious. I want to make a poll based on, do you think the difference of spirit, wait, do you think the difference of spectral, I should say, makes spirit a tier higher than flight? Simple poll.
No, even I agree with that to an extent. My issue, Mana, is that you put Transcendence in B-. I don't see how it's 2 tiers different. Do the poll, and if it's 2 tiers different.
I guess I could. I'll do that if you agree to move Transcendence to B-. If it wins. And we can leave Lord of the Pit where it is.
Well, that's our midpoint. That's our midpoint for Transcendence. But I would be curious to see if people consider it 2 tiers different on the spectral.
Do you think the difference of spectral makes spirit 2? Okay, but you do agree that it's at least a tier change, right?
I can see it.
So you're okay with the placement that I did for it, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not fighting against your Spirit of the Night placement. I'm just trying to get your Transcendence placement to go higher because it doesn't make sense to me that it's that different with spectral.
Spectral or... Wait. Do you think the difference of spectral makes spirit 2 tiers higher than flight? Yes or no? Let's see. Another reason why I'm pretty, like, there's a chance that maybe I have a little bit of bias about it, but not too much bias. I've played Rebirth Lost. Rebirth Lost had no spectral. It was just flight. And I know how tough that was and how easy it was to get impatient over all of your marks. Impatience is so relevant. It just is. It was just so easy to just like think, I don't even want to deal with this anymore, so I'm gonna run out the rock and then get hit by something stupid. It happens.
I don't know. I played a run with the Lost.
You played one run. That's exactly my point. You played one run. Over the course of 100 runs, you will get impatient. You just will. That's how the brain works. You're not always going to be playing perfectly and focused on what you're doing. The ease of play is what makes you not get impatient, because you're having fun. Why would you stop doing it? If it's annoying, you're not going to keep doing it.
Here's what I think. I'm actually okay with you putting Spirit on the Night there, because I do really like Flight as well, right? I think, considering a lot of people agree that it's not 2 tiers different, I feel like Transcendence should go a bit higher in the tier it's in.
Maybe a little bit, but I mean, the difference isn't that much. It would have to be like 80% or something for me to think that I'm wrong. Clearly, there's still a lot of people that agree with me. But I mean, maybe a little bit. I mean, where did you want to move it anyway?
If you move, like, Transcendence and Lord of the Pit to, maybe around where, like, the mark is.
No, that's way too high. Let's do this. A new midpoint.
I actually think the speed on Lord of the Pit is, like, a little bit relevant.
What, you want to make
like,
this? I'm okay with this. How about that?
I like that better.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
There
you go. Look, you got a little bit of benefit. You got a little bit of benefit. There you go, Turt.
Actually, wait, no. Lord of the Pit has to be higher than growth hormones, just, like, logically speaking. Because if Transcendence is above damage, then Flight and, like, it's the same. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get it. Alright, that's fine. I'm okay with that. At least we made a logical midpoint.
I do actually think, because I would put I would also put Spirit of the Night a bit lower in the tier it's in. I do really like Flight. I don't think it's...
It's the ease of play, man. That will always be relevant to me. You will never not...
Relic.
You will never... There will never be a point where... And also, like... We're getting to a point where challenge characters are also very important to consider here. And obviously this does nothing for the loss, which is important, for sure. But... it is massive on the keepers. Like, one of his best items. Because you get all of the protective abilities of Lost playstyle on the keepers, which is insane. I still think I would leave it where it is. Maybe... Do I actually value its safety more than Lump?
I feel like what makes more sense, if it is going to be a tier higher, I think Spirit of the Night should be below Relic. But I'm okay with it being in the tier. I think it's slightly too high in the tier.
I think I'd take Steam Sale over it. I would take Spirit over Lump of Coal. But yeah, I think I pick Steam Sale more often. Maybe. That one's tough. Obviously, it depends on the run for that one. Yeah, that one's tough. I do think I take Bloodlust for sure, though. So yeah. And you said below Relic, right?
Well, below Relic is kind of my, like, I'm giving it to you, because I actually, like, again, I don't think I can agree enough that Spectral, like, okay, I don't think it's egregious to think that Spectral is a tier above Flight. I don't think Spectral is enough of a benefit, so I would put Spirit, like, top of B+. No. I would put it bottom A-. It's hard.
Hard to disagree. Shadows can get you so much. I'd absolutely rate Spirit of the Night above Book of Shadows. Shadows can get you a lot.
Something like Money Equals Power versus Spirit of the Night is, like, comparable to me, I feel.
Chat, just so you know, Shadows is a lot higher for me. It got lower because of Turt. Just in case you think it's too low. Okay. Let's just, well, what did I just do here then? I really think it should be above Prayer Card, though.
If it goes below Prayer Card and doesn't go below Relic, it will feel wrong to me. Like, because they're similar effects.
Let's just leave it here then.
It doesn't feel right above Prayer Card, though. It just...
Prayer Card's only really that good on Red Heart characters. You definitely put too much emphasis on Red Heart characters.
No, it's that I don't put as much emphasis on Flight plus Spectral.
We could do a poll for Prayer Card versus Shadow, for Spirit. That's fair, right?
Do Relic versus Spirit of the Night. That's the one I'm mostly concerned about.
Relic versus Spirit of the Night. So Spirit of the Night, for character specifications, Spirit of the Night is not good on Azazel or the Losts, but it's insane on the Keepers, or really just any character. Relic is great on Soul Heart characters.
I doubt there will be another Book of Shadows argument. Again, I would have it lower, but I think both me and Mana are happy enough where we've compromised on it, so I don't think we're going to change it.
No, I think it's fine. I do still think the game feel argument is very important. Like, it sounds dumb, because I think you think a little too statistical, but game feel is important. Impatience is something that plagues every single person on Earth. It happens. Just being able to...
Okay, Spirit's winning. Okay, I'm happy enough to keep it
being able to just go in and play the game and feel good about how you're attacking means you'll get hit less. That's just how it is.
I'm happy enough to keep it there. It's fine. That's fine. We can move on. We've been on this for a while. Yeah, I don't... I mean, yeah, it's a flight item. I like flight. I think the spectral isn't as big as people make it out to be, but I still see why it's like good. But I don't know. Anyway, whatever. We can move on.
All right.
Crack the Sky. This does a surprising amount of damage.
Yeah.
Like this
what is the charge on this? I almost feel like I underrate this a little bit.
It's 4 rooms.
It does feel like it nukes so many bosses, doesn't it?
It does.
And I think in Repentance it does more beams. I think it got buffed.
No, it didn't get buffed in Repentance, apparently. I thought it did, but apparently not.
Maybe it was an Afterbirth Plus buff. I know at some point it got buffed, because it used to be ass.
Yeah, in Afterbirth, it made it so the beams are more likely to hit the enemies.
Yeah, I knew it was
I think
something
before
like
it was
that.
randomly around the room, but now it's
It
more
was,
concentrated.
but now it aims, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah, you just use this, especially on early game bosses, you nuke. This is like Monstro's Tooth on crack. Like, it just does so much damage.
Yeah, that being said, you know what? I just want to, like, I'm just going to give this to myself, and I'm just going to, like, walk into some rooms with it.
Well, don't use it against rooms. Nobody cares about it against rooms.
No, I just want to, like, kind of see, like... I cleared most of this room.
I'm struggling to get to your thing. Hold on.
Okay, in a room with a bunch of small enemies, it's useless.
No, that kind of
no, I know what's good against bosses. I know what's good against bosses, so it's like not really like super relevant for me to see against bosses because I know what's good against bosses.
Well, use it anyway. Let's see, and then use it on like. Well, that will definitely nuke. Use it on like freaking Isaac. Just see how much damage it does.
It scales with your damage stat.
Does it really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. So then do it at base, but then give yourself some damage. That's already pretty solid at no damage, and you're saying it also stacks with damage? Hell, with battery items, you could potentially maybe even like kill with just that, depending on how much it actually does stack. Well, that's not even that much more damage, but we could see.
Yeah, no, you can already tell.
Yeah.
That's...
So do 10 damage. I generally think at this point in the game, 10 damage is fair.
I want to debug it. Debug it. Yeah, I mean...
It just is a lot of damage. Like, that's a good and like, you know, you don't need to spam it. Like, it's not like you only need to kill with this. You're doing that much percentage of his health, and then you're attacking him like normal.
I don't think this is impactful enough, to be honest.
You know?
For an active slot.
You might be right, actually. But it does just do a lot of damage. I don't think it's bad. I think it's about as good as I thought it was originally, which is fine. Obviously it's definitely nowhere near as good as Deck of Cards.
Wait, let me test something. I'm gonna test Pinking Shears. Pinking Shears.
I'm wondering if I think it's as good as Monster Manual. Yeah, I mean, look at this. No, Practice way better. With a full item loadout, you're gonna gain much more benefit from the instant damage than the overall damage of this. Like, yes, this will do more damage with no items, obviously, because the fight's taking much longer. But with...
Does that guy scale? I don't think he does.
Yeah. No, that's not a fair test at all. You're gonna have a full item loadout. With a full item loadout, 100% cracked is way better, because you just want to do all your damage instantly, and then that way you're killing the boss quicker.
Yeah. That being said...
I don't know. I think it's... Okay, Okay, here's a better question. Because Monster Manual does help with the entire floor, so it probably is still better. Oh, but... Right, we were talking about the shears. Wait, are the shears too high?
No, because the shears is also flight.
True. Good point. Okay, maybe this is more comparable than I think it is. Maybe it's right here. I do like the Monster Manual for the entire floor. And obviously you could high roll with Incubus.
I actually think the Crack the Sky is a tier lower. I think it's comparable to Belial.
You actually might be right. I actually think I might agree with that.
And Belial is Devil Chance, so I think, yeah.
Yeah, that actually sounds about right. That being said, I'd rather have the quarter than this.
Yeah. I'm.
It is 4-room charge though.
Would you rather have this or consumables from Book of Sin?
I mean, you know I love Book of Sin. The thing is with Book of Sin is that I am so aware that Book of Sin's only good in the early game. But in the early game, it's pretty damn good. You get so many consumables.
I also think Crack the Sky falls off later in the game, though. Like, it feels very C tier to me.
Yeah, you know
damage,
what?
but...
You know what? I actually think I agree. Maybe we're overrating it. The thing is, with Crack, we're getting to a point where there's so many active items that are really good into the late game that this doesn't really compare. I think Belial in general is better.
Yeah.
And it's kind of weird, but like, I mean, hell, I would take Bottle of Pills. I think Bottle of Pills gives more benefit over the course of a run.
Yeah.
And
I think it's close. I think it's around this range.
No, I think Bottle of Pills is still quite a bit better, the more I think about it. And I still think the consumables that you get from Book of Sin are more beneficial to the entire run than the early game nuke potential of Crack. And because realistically, right, in the early game, yes, you can one-shot some bosses, but how is that really any different than Monstrous Tooth? That doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Like, who cares about that at that point? The consumables can lead to extra items, right? Get some bombs that you can get a secret room that you couldn't have gotten otherwise. You get some soul hearts out of it, which, you know, that extra health could save you. The extra keys that you couldn't have gotten to open your item room. That could really save you in the early game. Obviously, this falls off. Like, Crack is actually better in the late game than Book of Sin. Well, even that's a little debatable because you get, like, health from this. Either way.
Yeah.
I think, yes, I'd rather have Book of Sin. Crack is just... It's a little bit of damage against a boss. Which is nice, but when I compare it to every other active... Yeah, I don't think it's as good. Plus, isn't Belial a 3-room charge? Pause.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely way worse than Belial. In my head, for some reason, I thought Belial was 6-room charge. I don't know why.
I could see Crack in the tier below, but maybe not.
I could kind of see it too.
Um,
Crack does just fall off.
Like,
it actually does just kind of fall off.
It might be like...
You know what it is? It's too many...
C minus.
That's what it is. It's too many charges. It's actually too many charges. I think if you could use it more in rooms, it would help a lot.
Yeah. Because it wasn't terrible for rooms. I mean, the beams would... I mean, I was using it in Cellar where there's a bunch of small spiders, so it wasn't that great there. But if you have, like, more concentrated group of enemies, it actually can kill enemies for you. Quite well. So...
Are we ranking this too highly? It actually, the more I talk about it, doesn't it just feel like an upgraded Monstrous Tooth?
Kinda.
Like, is that really that good? It's taking up your active slot. I mean, it is obviously a lot stronger.
It is actually pretty... The fact that it scales with your damage is...
It is, okay. But, and I'd say against Isaac, like that Isaac test, Crack the Sky is probably comparable to Book of Belial. But, use this on like one of the actual hard final bosses. How much is that really going to help you? Belial,
let's find out.
Belial,
Let's find out.
Belial will help you so much more against one of those longer term boss battles.
Let's see. Give K5, give Crack the Sky.
Belial will definitely do way more over the course of a long boss battle.
I don't have Spider mod.
Gotta see the Spider mod.
Not much.
That did not do that much.
Yeah, for some reason only one beam hits, like at once.
Sometimes you get lucky. It really is not that much.
Oh, that time I got pretty lucky though.
But you gotta remember,
that time I got quite lucky.
You gotta remember, you're only really using this once.
Yeah.
Unless you have like battery.
This doesn't happen normally in game.
Yeah, this item feels kind of irrelevant. I think we were actually rating
Irrelevant, you say? Irrelevant.
Yeah, because you're spamming it. Obviously, you can only use it once.
This is no gameplay. What are you talking about?
You can only use it once.
I get this synergy every
I
time.
get this energy every time. The debug, whatever the frick item.
Yeah. Infinite item charge.
Infinite item
still
charges.
alive. How many times do I use this and she's still alive?
That's actually pretty so bad. Wait, you've used this so many times.
I stopped using it. All of these are queued up. It can't do it too fast.
Oh, that's funny. That's actually mad funny. Yeah, I've actually been convinced we're overrating this item way too much. I think it's definitely better than Shoop.
Also, another reason we had picking shears where it is because in boss rush and stuff, you get multiple of them.
True. That's true.
Yeah.
Getting multiple of these though, and that doesn't really matter that much. It's just okay.
When is my thing gonna end? How many times did I spam this?
It's still going. That's
It's
fine.
not ending.
I definitely think it's above Shoop. That should be obvious. But I actually think it might just be right there, because Shoop has way more... Like, you can actually use Shoop in rooms.
Shoop, I think, is better because of rooms.
Fair enough, actually. I see it. It's so much less charge. And Doctor's Remote is a bomb.
Doctor's
Pause.
Remote better. His balls are on head. Wait a second. The balls are on head fans. Wait, hold on. Wait, legitimately?
Wait, Bob's Rotten Head is a bomb.
Wait a second. I'm doing another test. Give Bob's Rotten Head. And this time I'm doing a real Bob's Rotten Head test. I'm not going to kill myself with it for no. Oh my god. Mana.
What?
Are you on my screen right now?
It's still going?
I moved to Cathedral. I thought after leaving the room it would stop, but it's not. It's not stopping.
Bro, what the hell?
I literally went to do an Isaac test and I went to Cathedral.
I think it must be bugged. It has to be bugged. No way.
Look, I changed room. Oh, it stopped. Okay, never mind. We're good. Isn't it kind of like...
No, it's definitely quite a bit less damage, but I think the bomb utility is enough to maybe make it better.
It's not that much less damage though, is the thing.
Yeah, and for less charge too.
No, wait. Give Crack the Sky. Wait, did I do more with the balls right now? Hold on.
I think you low rolled Crack the Sky, but yeah, you might be right. Yeah, you definitely low rolled Crack the Sky. But either way, no, you're right. You're right. Listen, even if it is close, that doesn't even matter to me because I value Bob's Rotten Head more for the actual bomb.
Bombs, yeah.
So yeah, let's put it below Mr. Boom.
Well, then it also goes below the...
Oh yeah.
I think it goes in D-.
This is so dumb. We were ranking it so high before.
I wasn't ranking it there. You're the one who placed it there. I never...
Yeah, but you didn't fight it.
I didn't find it until I realized.
I know, me too.
I actually think it's right there.
Yeah, I think this feels fair.
We did it, guys. We know how to rank an item. We did it. Wait, is it lower though? Because it's just the same as Bob's Rotten Head, but without the bombs. Wait, but is it Unicorn? Wait. Hold on. How much does Unicorn do to Isaac?
I already think Unicorn... Okay, look. If we're putting it... No, I think Crack the Sky is way more useful than Sister Maggie and Brother Bobby. I could see Unicorn being above Crack the Sky.
No, it does a lot less. I'm dead.
Maybe we just leave it here.
I think we can leave it there. We did it, guys. We know how to rank an item.
Underrated Crack the Sky, one of the better offensive actives. We've tested it.
We thought so until we realized that it probably isn't.
We literally just tested it.
Okay, well.
That is hilarious. We were having.
I think Brother Bobby and Sister Maggie are better though, because I like Brother Bobby and Sister Maggie.
Ahnk.
Wait, no, I'm being serious. I actually do. I do think the familiars are better.
That also means that Unicorn would have to go above.
No.
Because I think Unicorn is better than Brother Bobby and Sister Maggie.
What? But you're wrong, though.
I think you're wrong. Cancels out.
I think you haven't seen how good Brother Bobby and Sister Maggie are.
No, I've seen it. I've seen your many tests.
Okay. Have you considered mana? The Sister Maggie does more damage than Brother Bobby. So, I'll allow this. You put Game Kid and Unicorn between Brother Bobby and Sister Maggie.
That is disgusting. I would never do that.
But Sister Maggie does like a fair bit more DPS. Not like a lot.
How about we just do
like,
this and move on? Invincibility gives you use on blood donut machines. It's probably more than Crack the Sky is giving you.
Yeah, okay.
Ahnk.
Okay, we need to specify it right now. Okay, so if we were ranking completion marks, then this item is trash because you die with it and then you can't get the completion mark as the character you're going for. We're not going to do that because that's really, really boring to rank it that way. It's obvious that it's like E tier or trash. And it's like, what's the point? So we're going to rank this as if you're just trying to win by any means. And reviving his Blue Baby is a way, like, to continue your run. That being said, it's one of the worst revival items. So
yeah, it's definitely way worse than the 1-up. I mean, it spawns you as a character that can only have soul hearts. It's hard to not think of this item for the completion marks because, like, it's actually just a never take.
Yeah, this isn't like Judas Shadow or after Lazarus got buffed, even Lazrags, where they revive you as good characters. This revives you as a bad character. So, not great. And Lazrags also has the benefit that it revives you inside the same room, but this doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you said. We should rank it based on not transforming into the character. It's just, it's so annoying because this is just one of those items you never pick up.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's hard to take my mind out of how bad this item usually is.
Just think, it's a revive item that makes you a worse character.
I mean, I guess it can save a run.
It could save a run, but it probably won't. 1-up is good because it actually full heals you. Most revive items, just on base, are not very good.
Yeah, because revive items without the min-max effect of something like 1-up. The fact that 1-up literally lets you keep all of your heart containers is so wild to me. And it fully heals them. Like, you can have a full bar of red health. Like, think about this for a second. 1-up on a full bar of health means that if you die to delirium, then you can retry. It's like you have glowing hourglass.
Yeah. Then also you could use it on a sack room and get a full heal.
Yeah.
Like, but Ahnk revives you with 3 hearts, so you're fighting delirium, you die. Well, if you died on however many hearts you had before, I think you're dying again. It's Blue Baby on 3 hearts.
Yeah.
And then, if you die earlier in your run, so if you die at the end of the run, kind of useless. And if you die earlier in the run, well, now you're Blue Baby, so now you're a worse character, probably. Yeah.
Okay, so we're not, Chad, just so you know, we're not considering the actual ability to gain completion marks for this item, but we are ranking the fact that you turn into Blue Baby. So for the rest of that run, you cannot have red health, you know, all of Blue Baby's negatives, right?
A thing I want to, if we're going to rank it as if you're trying to win by any means, and I ask that we assume, let's literally assume you're Eden. Because I think most often, people are using these revive items to win, like, an Eden streak run. I think that's the best metric. Because otherwise, if we allow any character, it could technically be that you're the Lost, and you revive into a way better character being Blue Baby. And then that would kind of, like, make our placement, like, really weird. So let's just assume we're Eden. Is that fair?
That's fine.
I think if you're on an Eden streak, you become a worse character. You'd rather be Eden. So yeah, not great.
I mean, okay, final question about this. Does this life item take priority over something like Dead Cat?
No.
No, it doesn't, so it's the last life.
Yeah.
That takes effect. Okay, that actually makes it better than I thought it was. You know what? It doesn't technically have a negative then. Not really. If you die, then you technically will always get a second chance.
Yeah, it's just not a very good second chance. It's just not that useful.
Yeah, I think I'd rather have the 10 bombs, but I mean...
No, I'm gonna put it like a bit lower. I would rather have the familiar because I would rather just not die in the first place. So I would rather have Chop, which will help me take less damage to rooms and not die in the first place. Like, and then I think this might be E tier. You revive as a bad character. So okay, min-max items like well, not min-max. Other revive items like Judas' Shadow, you can intentionally kill yourself with them so that you can become a better character. So you get min-max value out of them. You get no min-max value out of this item. You don't want to intentionally die with it.
What if you want the cheaper Devil Deal items?
Insane! Top 5.
Top 5, honestly.
It makes you a different character. Yeah, I just think that it actually might be...
I think it's right here and no lower. These items are where it becomes, like, you don't actually gain...
I think this is bottom of E+. I think I'd rather have Necronomicon.
But think about it, like, in terms of, like, the poop, for the most part, you'd rather have any other active item. Whereas this, you just pick it up and have it.
I actually think... I think it's, at most, bottom of E+, behind Necronomicon. And it might be an E-. Like, isn't Deadbird kind of better than this?
No. Alright, that's fine. Let's do that.
But okay, Necronomicon is 1/3 Bookworm. That's more impactful than the Revive is. Like, it actually is. I'm not even kidding.
Well, that's fine, but I put it here. So I'm giving you a lot of credit putting it here.
I guess.
Alright.
Why is it above Poop, though? Like, what?
Because you can just pick this up, and on an Eden streak, like you said, if you're trying to win by any means possible, there could be a situation where you're at 1 heart, a Devil Deal spawns, and Brimstone's in it. You could just take Brimstone, die, and guess what? I would absolutely say Brimstone is worth turning into Blue Baby. 100%. 100%.
You know what? You are right. That's a very niche scenario.
But it happens, and that saves the run. If you're at 1 heart, then that niche scenario can save the entire Eden streak. You're on an Eden streak of like 300.
Okay. In that case, I still think Skatol is better because of the Beelzebub transformation, but I think maybe it goes below Skatol then. But above Dead Sea Scrolls.
Alright, fine.
That's like the middle of the tier that we were placing it on opposite ends of the top. That makes sense. Okay, I like that.
It happens. Stuff like that happens.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. That's a good point. Anyway, we can go to the next one. Celtic Cross. This is... Let's get the exact numbers. The base chance of it activating is 20%. It's Book of Shadows, so you get a 7-second shield.
I love this item.
No, Book of Shadows is 10 seconds. This is a Polaroid shield. It's 7 seconds, it's a Polaroid shield. No, wait, Polaroid is 5 seconds. It's between Polaroid and Book of Shadows.
I forget exactly how this activates again. How does it activate?
On hit.
On hit.
It's an on-hit combat item, but it's one of the better ones. Also, it works on Blood Donos pretty well.
It works amazing on Blood Donos. What's the chance?
20% at base.
Mm-hmm.
And it scales very slowly. It's 100% at 27 luck. So, let's just say 20%.
I mean, even the base 20%, this is noticeable when you're using Blood Donos. You get so much Blood Dono benefit out of this. I mean, I'll instantly just right away say it's better than Book of Shadows. I think it is. It's a passive item. You don't need to hold an active. It doesn't have battery synergy, which is important. But I think the only thing that maybe might put Shadows above it is the fact that Shadows is insane on the Lost, and Lost actually can't gain benefit from Celtic Cross. But on every other character besides specifically the Losts, I think Celtic Cross is just better. You get hit 20% of the time on any room. You don't have to activate the item. On any room, after you get hit, you just get a 7-second shield. On an enemy room, you're just clearing the entire room for free. On Blood Donos, you get so much money out of it. Like so many extra hits off of it. Same with Devil Beggars. And you get it multiple times. And yeah, it stacks with Polaroid too. I definitely think it's good. It's better enough than Shadows on the characters other than the Losts that it should be above it.
Mana. I feel like you've lost it. I feel like something went wrong. No, I don't think this is a bum friend scenario. But I don't see how in any reality it's better than Book of Shadows, and I'm not even the one who likes Book of Shadows. But I can say for certain that Book of Shadows is way better than this item. Like, that's crazy. It's not even comparable.
Yeah, maybe it's not actually. I value the Blood Dono so much, but now I'm thinking about it. Shadows, you get invincibility without actually getting hit.
The whole point of Shadows, like, and this is, you convinced me with this as well. Like, I raised my placement of Shadows a bit because of this. The whole benefit of Shadows is that it helps against, like, the final boss, and you don't take damage in the first place. Like,
yeah. And
then you can sometimes get battery synergies and get multiple shields. Well, Celtic Cross, it's only helping you, like, okay, let's say you're a challenge character. Well, if you're lost or tainted lost, it doesn't appear for tainted lost. But if you're lost, you can't use it because you'll die. Keeper, you probably won't have it activate while you're alive because you don't have that many hits in you. So it's only useful on characters with health that don't really need a shield because they usually have health. So it's only really good for the Blood Donor value. That's really it. And the Blood Donor value is not that good. So I'm about to test it now, actually, if you want to swap to my screen. I don't know how much the shield gives, so that's why I'm going to do this.
Oh, well, this happens all the time just by accident. Like, so I'm just trying to do it.
I just want to see how many hits I get with the shield up.
This was 0 luck, too.
Yeah. I'm getting unlucky. It's a 20%. It should have back... Okay. 1. That's really unlucky. God damn it. That's annoying.
Isn't it the same amount of time as Shadows?
Might actually.
So wouldn't it be 8?
Wait, give Void. No, that's not the Void I wanted. Give Void.
I think it's the same amount of time as Shadows now.
This is 10 seconds.
Oh, Shadows is longer too.
Spawn 5 point. I don't know. Blood donor. Blood donation. Okay, let's try this again. I need to heal up. Okay.
Yeah, maybe you're right, actually. Maybe I was overrating it.
Oh my god, just let me... I just want to test... I just want the shield to work. Oh my god!
This is silly.
Why can't my luck with blood donors be like this when I've got like spin down dice? I've got spin down dice looking for blood bag. This never happens. Oh my god!
Stop it!
What the fuck? Please just activate the shield. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay,
that looks like 5. It might have been 6. If it didn't blow up. It's like 5 or 6 coins.
Yeah. So the good thing about, I do think it's Blood Dono effect. As much as I hype up Shadows, I think its Blood Dono effect's better than Shadows. Well, maybe not. No, maybe not actually. Just because you could use Shadows on the Lost, and that's huge. Because most of the time, you're usually able to use the Blood Dono anyway. Okay, it's specifically better on Red Heart characters, I think. On any other character, Shadows is better. Because you don't want to lose your Soul Hearts on Soul Heart characters. You don't want to lose... I mean, you basically can't do it on challenge characters. On Red Heart characters, I think it's better. Because you're usually okay with using your Red Hearts anyway on a Blood Dono. So Celtic Cross basically just means you can guaranteed break it. Because you're going to get at least 1 shield. And that 1 shield will probably be enough to give you the difference that you needed for it. You don't need to rely on getting more charges for Shadows, which, you know, you might have already cleared too many rooms. Celtic will probably just activate on its own.
I see this. Are you ever getting more coins from this, from Blood Donors, than the quarter's giving you? Are you ever, from the extra hits on Blood Donors, is it ever going to be more than 25 cents? I don't think so.
No, but you're not counting Blood Dono, Devil Beggar, and literally all the hits you save on bosses. And, hell, in enemy rooms, I'd say the shield lasts long enough to where you just get a free clear of the enemy room after taking a hit, if it activates.
If it activates.
Yeah, but I mean, 20% of the time, it's not bad. That's base chance.
That's 5 hits. So if you're in a boss fight...
Every 5 hits, and you get a free clear. It's not too bad.
If you're in a boss fight and you have 12 health, on average it's going to activate twice in that fight and give you 14 seconds of a shield, which is fine. But the shield is actually less useful than it seems because it's slightly shorter than you'd think because it's coming off of your iframes. So really the only actual like active time of a shield you're getting is closer to 6 seconds. So it's really not that good.
I do think I was definitely overrating it. Where would you rank it? I'm curious.
C minus.
Pretty big difference. I would not put it at A minus. I was definitely overrating it. I would put it...
Also, C minus is like... I'm actually not sure if it's C minus for me, but it's around that range. Like, it might be C plus, it might be D plus. Like, it's around that range.
I would take Celtic Cross over... Xander's great on the Keeper, and Tainted Keeper.
It's really not.
It is. What do you mean? On Tainted Keeper, if you get the shield, then you could run towards the coin that spawns much easier. Hello?
That's true, I guess.
It's just, it is literally amazing on that character.
I actually don't value this shield in bosses much at all, because it's happening at a time where you're less likely to take damage again. Like, you're most likely going to take damage, like with Book of Shadows, sometimes I'm fighting and I know that I'm kind of getting cornered. Like, I'm in the corner and the shots are around me and I'm like, I might take damage here, and I can use Book of Shadows and prevent the hit before it happens. With Celtic Cross, if I'm in that situation where I'm in the corner and I already got hit, I can probably just use my iframes to get out of the corner. I don't need the shield. So I don't think this shield blocks nearly the same amount of hits in a boss fight that Book of Shadows would. I think in like actual rooms and boss fights, the shield is not that great. And then I think in with Blood Donors, it's just a lot less than the quarter's gonna get you, like outright. So I think it has to be lower than the quarter.
Don't forget the Devil Beggars though. The Devil Beggars are still huge. I will put it here. That's my spot. Much lower than where I originally had it, but
I feel like, and that is a more reasonable spot. I still think it needs to go lower though. I just feel like a lot of the time, if you're a red health character, you can already play your Devil Beggars and stuff. There's usually health on the floor. If you're a Soul Heart character, you still need to commit to playing the Devil Beggar. So if your shield doesn't activate, you could have just screwed yourself over because I've now decided...
Well, okay, to be fair, no, on a Soul Heart character, the optimal play is always to go Polaroid anyway, and the fact that this stacks with Polaroid makes it vastly better.
True. It's stacking with Polaroid is actually relevant for Soul Heart character. That is relevant.
Because with Polaroid, when the moment you pick up Polaroid, doing Blood Donos on Soul Heart characters becomes way more viable.
Yeah. Okay, well, I guess if I'm putting it in like C minus range and you're putting it there, it goes in C plus somewhere.
That's fine.
I don't know where exactly I would put it though. I just kind of said C minus as like an approximate. I don't actually know.
I just think the item's nice. You know, I notice it. Like, when it shows up and I get a free room clear, it's nice. You're probably right about the bosses. It's not that cracked against bosses. But in rooms, like, if I get hit, you know, it's nice. I'm not going to hit again. I just clear the room.
Oh, actually, wait. For donation machines, if I got a red health up at some point in my run, and I'm always going to be able to refill that up before going to the next floor. So that extra heart container, and like whenever I have a full health pill or a sun card or whatever, that extra heart container is going to give me, I would say, about as much Blood Dono value as the Celtic Cross will. Probably less, to be fair. But the HP up is more adaptable anyway, because you can also use Devil Currency and everything. So I think I would actually take... No, I think it's comparable to HP up. I think
it's a shame. I actually feel like Blood Bag is a little too low. Like, I think Blood Bag should be in B- because of all of its benefit from getting it out of a blood donor machine. But I don't think you weight it that high.
We shouldn't be weighting the context of it.
No, context matters for spawnable items. That's what I've said a million times. Spawnable items, if you can consistently get them, like blood bag.
Matter, I'm not sure if we did a chat poll or if it was just obvious that chat agreed. I don't remember. I think we did a chat poll, but I just remember that chat thought you had it too high, and then we put it there like after either doing a poll or asking chat or something.
I don't know if that's true.
I'm not sure if we did a poll, but I do remember, like for sure, that chat seemed to think you had it like too high before.
Wait, maybe I do kind of remember that. Like chat was like, "Oh, you're ranking a blood dono instead of I think I do remember something like that. I mean, I don't know. It's just the item. It's what makes blood donoing a lot easier, right? Because you know you can heal after using it so much, right? It's the ability to spawn it that's so useful, and you get an HP up. Anyway, whatever. We're not talking about that right now. Anyway, just tell me a place in C+ to put it, and I'll just put it there. I don't care.
So I think it's comparable to the HP ups for me. So let's just say I put it around that range. Therefore, if you want to take a midpoint, it would go like... Let's just put it like middle of C+ somewhere. Like, maybe put it like...
Insane. There
you
go.
I was about to say right there. That's fine. That makes sense to me. Ghost Baby. This
Baby.
is worse than Brother Bobby and Sister Maggie. I don't care that this has Spectral. It does less damage than them.
Fair enough. Blue Candle.
Blue Candle.
That might have been the fastest rank we've ever done.
I really like this item breaks shopkeepers.
Yeah,
it's extra double chance every floor.
So
it's sometimes extra money. Like
shoutouts to the Flash players. This was the best battle active item in Flash Isaac. It does a lot of freaking damage to the normal final boss, like not like the true final bosses. Like it does good damage against Blue Baby and Isaac. It blocks shots, very important, especially in those fights. You could just spam this. You could use this as kind of a protection. It is a solid battle active, especially in early game. This can definitely sweep through a lot of enemy bars, HP bars. Like this is just doing more damage than your shots most of the time. At least in the early game. Obviously, it definitely falls off. And like Turt said, you could burn through shopkeeps. I like it. It's a solid battle active, but yeah, it definitely does fall off. Where did you put it?
So this is there's a few Earner Souls is one when we get to that way later. But there's quite a few active items that kind of are like side grades to your tiers.
Yeah.
And these items end up being really good on weak runs, and then eventually you get more powerful than the candle or the Earner Souls or whatever, and now they're useless. Mm-hmm. So it's really like weird.
They're great early game. They definitely do fall off. I think the benefit of it in the early game is enough to put it above my beloved Book of Sin. Maybe even Bottle of Pills. Maybe right here.
That feels... I think this tier is correct. C+ feels correct.
Like, you know, you burn every shopkeep without using a bomb.
I can see it. I think, on some runs, I would rather have the Bottle of Pills. And in some runs, I'd rather have this even, like, just you get, like,
I think
extra
they're comparable.
Burns. But then also, like, earlier in the run, I would rather have the candle because it does more damage, but then I might not need the damage later. I think that placement feels right to me. This is a hard item to rank. It's a very different item than Bottle of Pills. Like, they're completely different what they do, but...
This item just feels so much weaker than it did in Flash Isaac. In Flash Isaac, this was like one of the best.
I think that makes sense for that placement.
Cat 09 Tails. Also, speaking of Flash Isaac, this used to be the worst item in the Binding of Isaac Flash.
It was just shot speed. Oh my god,
it was just shot speed, and then they buffed it to damage up.
Shot speed. That's actually crazy. I forgot this item was just shot speed. It's been damaged. Wait, where did it get the damage up? Was that Repentance?
It was Rebirth.
It was Rebirth. Makes sense.
Rebirth came out and buffed the worst item in a Binding of Isaac.
it's been damage up for so long that I forgot that it used to not be damage up. That's crazy.
Maybe I'm just a boomer. All I'm talking about is the olden days.
Anyway, it's quite simple. It's +1 damage, which is like normal stuff, but then it's shot speed is like the most whatever benefit.
Yeah. If they were gonna meme it, they should have made it like infinite shot speed. Like no, like.
Shot speed's bad though, because it starts having too much knockback or unpredictable knockback. I don't like having too much shot speed. That's the one stat I don't want to have too much of. It's shot speed. Only shot speed. I don't care about having too high like speed or anything. Shot speed though, bad. If you have too much. Anyway. It has to be like, it's better than Steven. It's good to have shot speed. I actually think that Blood of the Martyrs occasional... No. To be fair, some runs do need shot speed.
Is the damage the same as Steven?
Yes.
Okay, then let's just do this.
Yeah, some runs need the shot speed. So it's better than Blood of the Martyr, even though Blood of the Martyr can sometimes give you a damage multiplier. Some runs need shot speed. If you're like a Ludo run, or you're a Proptosis run, or something, you want the shot speed.
Yeah, Ludo runs especially, wow. Forgot about that.
Yeah. So I think that's fair enough. D20. Okay, this is going to be the last time we do today, like, for sure. Unless you don't want to do it. Do you think we have time to do D20?
I'd rather end with Epic Fetus. So we start with Polyphemus. I like that.
Sure. Okay. Okay. D20. Okay, so Mana thinks it's very good. He thinks it's a little bit worse than D6, like right behind D6.
You know what? You know what? I changed my mind.
Test.
I've changed my mind.
What?
I think it's right below Tech 1.
That's a lot more reasonable. That's a lot more reasonable. I already feel like a lot better about that. That's a lot more of a reasonable placement.
Well, we started putting a lot of really high power items in this tier. Originally I was going to say it was lower end A+. And you know what? These items are all like guaranteed win items. Whereas D20, I think D20 can single-handedly carry a run as the worst character in the game, potentially. But, you know, you need a high roll with it. And it gives you a ton of benefit as Red Heart characters, but like who cares? Because Red Heart characters are going to win anyway. And Soul Heart characters, I mean, it's fine, right? It's kind of a high roll item, but it is potentially, if you get lucky enough, the strongest game break item in the game. I actually don't even think there is a game break item in this game that is stronger than D20. It is infinite items if you get it going, but you have to high roll.
Yeah, you do need to get it going. So I actually agree with that. But I just think it's really hard to pull it off. So I actually did about 4 hours of tests. It actually might be closer to 5 over today and last night. So I have data. Because Mana. I gave it a Mana stream last night. And I said, do you just want to compromise Top of B+? I really don't want to have to test it. And he didn't want to make the compromise, so I tested it. I tested it. I did too much tests. Anyway. Mana was saying that if you get a arcade that has a shell game and a blood donation machine, and then you get the IV bag from the blood donation machine, that you basically get your infinite. And you know what? I actually agree. I tested it, Mana. You do actually get the infinite. It's a little bit awkward, and you do need a lot of money already. Like, if you don't have enough to already play the shell game, then it probably isn't. But, my strategy I found is you want 2 rooms. You want to use, you want to basically, like, create a second room so that when you D20 on a single room, if you don't get the battery, you have the other room as a battery backup, and then you can, like, basically have the rooms cover each other. Right. And that's infinite. Like, I did a test, and I picked up, like 10 chest, like, I got to the point where I had, like, 10 of the chest items, and I'm like, this is going quite comfortably, and I know that this would continue on, exhaust the pool, and I'd get every item in the game.
Yeah.
So that actually did happen. So you actually are right. I think you are underestimating how much of the benefit was literally just IV bag plus shell game. Like, you didn't really need D20. IV bag plus shell game is what gave you, like, all of the consumables in the first place, and even without D20, you'd still be in a good position.
Wait. No, D20 is what causes the game break. What are you getting out of Shell Game that causes a game break without D20?
What I mean is when you showed me your test, you kind of said like, oh, look at all these consumables on the floor. Like I got a bunch of like Eternal Hearts.
Yeah, I didn't keep playing it because I thought it was obvious. Yes, you're obviously
Let me finish the point. Man up, please.
Right.
When you were doing that, you're like, oh, look at all the like I got a bunch of bombs now, and I got a bunch of like all of this stuff. Items, yes. You're not going to get chest items without D20, obviously. But a lot of the other stuff, like the soul hearts you got and stuff, is actually just IV bag plus shell game. Like, you actually don't need the D20. Just IV bag plus shell game kind of, like, fuels itself, and you just get a bunch of consumables.
Yeah.
It's not items. You're not going to win from that, because it's not items. But I just want you to know that, like, a lot of the value, consumable-wise, is actually just IV bag and shell game, and not D20.
Right, but that's, you know, they do still fuel the D20.
Yeah, no, of course. With the D20, you will get it. That being said, I wanted to know how likely it is to get that scenario. Because I tried having D20 breaks without the shell game and IV bag, and without the shell game and IV bag, it's not really feasible. And unless you get like some really crazy like synergy.
Yeah, this is obvious. You need, and there's a few ways to do this. Any machine in the game, you can get this going. There's a ton of room combos that have slot machines even. You just dump all your coins into the machine, in any machine, and just spawn as many consumables on any room as possible. It happens. It doesn't even need to be an arcade. Arcade is just consistent, right? On a Red Heart character, I still would argue is a consistent break. But it takes a million years. Nobody wants to do that. So, like, on a Red Heart character, sure, I could say top 5 item. Why not? But who cares? Because it's Red Heart characters. That's not how I rank items. It's not... to be fair, I haven't tested it. I actually do still want to do a Lost start with D20 test. Like, no ED6. I want to see how... I want to see if D20 is basically better than ED6. Which might be relevant later. Maybe we'll be comparing D20 and ED6, right? So yeah, maybe I'll do that eventually, right? But I've showed this test a million times. Unfortunately, it's from a corrupted VOD, so I actually don't even have the startup, which is like the most important part, which is annoying. But I got a game break going on on the Mother and Beast runs for Tainted Lost, 2 separate runs. And I won those runs because of D20. All right. Sure, I probably high rolled, but high roll things can happen. There are trinkets in the game, there are cards in the game that basically guarantee the break. All you need, like, there's so many things, right, that combine with D20 to get a game break. There's 48-hour energy pills. There's the tinted hermit card gives you 1,000,000 coins into the room. The torn pocket trinket is really, really good. Safety scissors is amazing for D20 because you just suddenly cannot spawn golden troll bombs. Like, it's like you're playing a different game almost. Like, how many consumables can you get into the room? And I think there's enough scenarios, enough items that spawn consumables on the ground consistently that I think this spot that I have it right now is fair enough, even considering all characters. Obviously on Red Heart characters, I could say it's top 5 or high insane, but I don't care about that. I do drop it quite a lot for lack of consistency on other characters. So that's why it's here. Because without IV bag is one of the easiest ways to drop consumables. Like, it just is.
So I tried doing tests just like without an IV bag basically, and it seems very hard to actually get enough consumables. Like, I tried playing slot machines, just a slot machine and no IV bag to piggyback off it. You don't get enough consumables. I tried sack room with getting the 30 coin payout. So the 30 coins from the sack room plus the chests that you get as you're playing the sack room wasn't enough to get infinite. Like,
I just think it's weird. It's a weird thing to test because I do always listen. Turt will always freak out whenever I say this. I do always get the break, and I don't know why. I don't know exactly what it is. I think I must just get it early enough to the point where I can try it enough times to the point where I inevitably get it. But I always get this break to the point where I've banned using this item because I think it's too easy, too broken. Maybe I'm just lucky? I really don't know why. I always get this break going, as every character. Not even just red health characters. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. That's why I want to do the lost test. I did stop using it for a long time. Maybe there's a chance, maybe I banned it before it got nerfed for the golden troll bombs and everything. That's possible.
That's very possible.
Maybe I'm thinking of the item before it got nerfed and the golden troll bombs were a thing, right?
I think you might be thinking of the After Plus version of the item.
And that's possible. I will fully admit to that. That's why I want to do the lost test. But I mean, hell, obviously that this is 2 separate tainted lost runs that I did the hardest marks on the hardest character because I game broke with the hardest character. All right. Very experience based. Maybe it doesn't have much logic to it. I don't know. It happened twice as the hardest character in the game, and that's relevant to me. I mean, hell, let's not even talk about game breaking for a second. On Tainted Lost, this item is cracked. In fact, this is the second best item to deck of cards on Tainted Lost. You can reroll a bunch of consumables and very likely to get holy cards. That was something I noticed on those Tainted Lost runs. Because the holy card chance is so much higher for Tainted Lost, you just get so many holy cards. I remember in that run, I had like 8 holy cards in the other room just because I kept dropping them into the other room. You don't even need that many, but you can. So over the course of a run, without even needing to game break, you could just freaking re-roll a bunch of stuff and get more holy cards.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't even like this item. I hate this item because it's too boring. It takes a million years to get the game break going, but it's so consistent to me. I don't know why it's consistent. I really don't know why. Because the math, I get it. But
because I was trying and like nothing seemed consistent, and then also like even with the IV bag plus shell game scenario, it was still not like it was easier, like quite a lot easier, but there were still failure points, like potential failure points, even with IV bag plus shell game. So it's a little bit like weird. Anyway, yeah, I tried other scenarios that weren't IV bag and shell game and couldn't really like get it in a way that seemed like even slightly consistent. So I decided to map out, like, do it a lot of tests on depth 2 floors, on how often you actually get an arcade that has a shell game and a blood donor in it. Because if the argument is you need the IV bag, you need to get it on the same floor as the shell game. Because
I'll be honest, Turt, whatever you're saying right now is based on Red Heart characters, and I just don't care.
No, I'm saying even with Red Heart characters, it's not as high as you think. Which makes it even worse on non-Red Heart characters. But I basically just, it was actually quite quick, because I got, like, into a good rhythm. But I did, like, over 100 depth 2 tests, seeing what, like, the floor, like, layout was. And essentially, only 15% of the time, you actually get an arcade that has both the shell game and the blood donor. And then obviously half of that time, you don't even get the IV bag. Because if you got the IV bag earlier in the run, then you didn't have it at the right time because you need the shell game.
Yeah, this is absolutely one of those things where it's like, there's so many times where this happens in our tier list where the math just does not compute in my brain, because how is it that it's only 15% chance, but I get it as often as I do? It almost feels like I'm cheating somehow. It makes no sense. Because it's so consistent for me. And every time I pick up D20, this is not one of those moments where, oh, you're thinking only of high roll scenarios. No. I'm saying 100% of the time I pick up D20 and keep it, because sometimes I drop it because I don't feel like using it. That's different. But when I keep it, I always get the game break. I just do.
I don't know what to say other than you might be forgetting when you're not getting it. That's all I can really say.
I don't know what to say either, because you're right. It technically makes no sense to the math. It just happens.
Because the problem is that vaults replace arcades 40% of the time. And then even if you get an arcade, a lot of the arcade layouts, especially now in Repentance, which is why it might be that you are actually thinking of Art Earth Plus. Because Repentance there's more arcade layouts, and less of them actually have the because there's more machines now. Repentance added a bunch of machines,
Right?
Like Hell Game and stuff. So it's less likely you actually get the Shell Game plus Blood Donor. So, yeah, there's just a lot of things like that. Just and also the way arcades generate is sometimes they're the last to generate in terms of special rooms. So there's a lot of the time where your floor, like 11.5% of the time, my Depth 2 didn't have a vault or an arcade because it just couldn't generate one. There wasn't room on the floor. It's guaranteed to generate at least one arcade or vault.
I wonder how does D20 work on the vanishing coins of Tainted Keeper?
Probably.
But like, does it make the new consumable disappear as well?
I wouldn't think so. Let's test that. I can test that.
That would actually be insane. Because what about those rooms that like you kill 1 million enemies, and then just like 1 million coins spawn? Hold on.
Oh my god. Oh, they do disappear.
Oh, they do. Okay, well that makes sense to be fair. But I mean, you know, if you're in a room, that's still good though. It's still a good combo. Even with that, if you're in a room with like 1 million enemies. And you just kill a bunch at once, like whatever synergy you have. You just D20 really quick and pick up as much stuff as you can. Like, let's be honest here, any consumable other than basic coins is going to be better, right?
Yeah.
So if you just run and grab whatever you can, it's still good.
But yeah. Basically, I just want to say, I did all of those tests. I was actually going to put, before I did the test, I was going to put D20 in either B+ or B-. After the test, I found it's less consistent than I first thought. Meaning I actually think it might be low B-. That's where I would put it. Low B- approximately. So you're doing high A- and I'm doing low B-.
That's fine. So I do also think that you're thinking it needs to have a game break. I think the item has plenty of benefit without game breaking. Like 100%. You get infinite consumables as any character, you just will. So that's also really useful into the early game. You have infinite health, I would argue. Obviously it doesn't matter for the Lost, but you know, and the Tainted Lost Holy Card thing is still very relevant. Yeah, I don't know. Hell, on regular Keeper runs, obviously you want to keep your wooden nickel no matter what, but you could place a lot of wooden nickels into one room if you find D20 on a floor and then just, you know, use that to get some instant benefit. Like there's a lot of ways that you can not even necessarily break with D20, but just gain a ton of benefit, right? You know, you could just instantly get a really good card or a really good pill or whatever, and a really good trinket. It could be anything, right? So
yeah, I think the actual like consumable benefit of D20 is not.
If you don't think the consumable benefit of D20 is good, you need to do a whole run with it. I think you were only testing in specific scenarios. No, you need to do a whole run with it.
No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying that
because you do get 99 of every consumable. Well, maybe not 99, but you will get way more than you need.
I feel like a lot of items can get me way more than I need.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, it is also doing that on top of high roll potential of break the entire game.
Yeah. Well, no, in terms of just D20's like actual use, like just the consumables, I'd probably put it high C+, like very high C+. And then I'm adding in the fact that it does have some good synergies, like Habit, Sharp Plug, Charge Penny, stuff like that make you get the infinite a lot easier. Therefore, low B-. I'll put it up a tier because it still has the potential. It's kind of hard to do that, but you can do it. It is possible. So, and if you do get it, you win the run. Like, you actually do. I think it's too inconsistent, like way too inconsistent for me to give it a lot of weighting.
Yeah,
so I'm willing to give it like a bit of a tier.
I think we both need to do runs with it.
Yeah.
So for now, let's just put it.
We're putting it.
Let's just put it.
It should go in the middle of B+.
Like right somewhere. There you
go. Put it below Transcendence.
Sure. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. I expected this item to be harder to deal with. I am happy that you... One thing that I personally was unhappy with was that you were putting it next to D6.
It was not
So
next to
like,
D6. I thought it was on the same tier as D6.
Yeah. So as soon as you like opened up saying like, oh, it's actually more A- than A+, that already made me feel a lot better about it because that's more reasonable. A- I can see it. A+ was like, was a bit. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, it's not as consistent as the other items in A+. I value consistency more than anything. I still do think it's consistent, but the math doesn't add up. So I have to do it.
I would like to see you use it.
Yeah, I want to try it with the Lost.
Yeah,
I already don't.
using...
I will say I already don't think it's consistent with the Lost. I will say, but I don't know. Like I think it must be what I said, where it was before nerf, and you know it was a lot easier to get game breaks going. It just must have been that.
What I think it is I think you played it a lot in After Earth Plus, where it was more consistent. I don't remember how it was in After Earth Plus, but it definitely was. It got nerfed. So you probably had it in After Earth Plus, won with it a lot. You might have only used it a few runs in Repentance, got lucky specifically in those runs,
Yeah.
and then you stopped using it, and now you've had barely any Repentance experience. That is what that makes sense to me. I'm not sure if that happened.
That being said, okay, I will. Well, and you know what? Okay, can we at least put it above Transcendence because of greed mode? Just one spot.
It is.
It is the best greed mode item.
I ban it in greed mode as well. I actually also ban it in greed mode.
Come on, it's the best.
Not above habit.
That is the best greed mode item. I don't even think you were considering that in your placement. I don't even think you were considering that in your placement. I don't think you were. What's your new placement? I think you're lying to yourself. It is the best item in greed mode. No item better.
I don't give greed that much weight.
It is a mark. It is the same as every other mark.
Like, so easy to beat greed mode with this item.
It is top 1 item in greed mode.
No. The Infinity is top 1 because it has...
True. True. True.
Yeah, the top 3 items in greed mode are Death Certificate.
No, I'm so... Okay, listen. I don't want to be an asshole about it. I'm so confident you were not considering greed mode. We should at least put it here.
I wasn't. Fine. Fine. If you want to give it a bit because of greed
because
mode...
I also wasn't considering greed mode, so my spot would also rise.
Sure. That's fine. You know what? Whatever. It's in B+. I'm just happy it's in B+. I was going to cry if it was in A tier at the end of this. It's in B+. That's fine. I'm fine with it being in B+. That's okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Insane! Anyway.
Insane! Okay, so Harlequin Baby, I've done the tests. Every time you even see an arcade, like even if it spawns on your map, even if you don't go to the arcade, you actually get infinite items with the Harlequin Baby.
What the fuck?
It's consistent.
I'm like, where is this man going right now? I think this thing sucks. I mean, what's his damage? I barely even hit with him.
Let me. Oh wait, I'm stupid. Wait, hold on.
I think this thing sucks ass. I don't even think it's on the same tier as these other familiars.
So the good thing with Harlequin Baby is it's crowd control. That's what it is. So Brother Bobby is like more like directly damaged, but this is crowd control.
Yeah, but it's like not even close to as good as Demon Baby for crowd control.
Well, I hate Demon Baby, but you might be right. I'd say if you do want a crowd control familiar, Demon Baby is probably better.
It's way better. It's not even close.
Wait, I'm trying to look for Brother Bobby. Okay.
Demon Baby actually solos enemies
8.
that are coming at you.
Yeah, so this does what? 4 times 1.36. Its DPS is 5.44. That's its like entire DPS.
What's Brother Bobby?
It's like 6.8.
Bro, it's less? Okay. Hello? And it doesn't even shoot straight? Get the frick out of here. I thought it might be higher. No. I'm not doing it.
I don't think it's that low.
Bro, shut the frick up. You are not hitting most enemies with this. It is double whiz shot.
I don't think it's that bad. Like it's bad.
Test it. Test it right now. Test it right now and shoot at the thing with your base tiers. Shoot at the dummy with your base tiers right now. Don't even aim
That's
hard.
not what it's for.
Exactly.
No, that's not
exactly.
what it's for.
That's what I thought.
Stage 5. Let's say I'm in depths, right? I got my Harlequin Baby. Like,
Bro, this thing is ass.
it's
This thing is
hitting all of
ass.
its shots. What are you talking about?
This thing is ass, bro. I hate this thing. This thing is ass, bro. Okay, that being said, it probably is more comparable than I realized. Anyway.
It's not that bad. I think it's comparable to the other familiars.
No, you're right, but it's at the bottom.
I think it's better than Ghost Baby. I think Ghost Baby's ass. I actually would put Ghost Baby like lower than some of the other items. I think Ghost Baby sucks.
I still want them all together. I don't care. Alright, that's good enough, right?
Whatever. Yeah, sure.
Alright, final item. Final item of the stream.
So it's a bomb item.
And you aim at yourself and then you get hit.
I mean, Mana, look at this test right now. Look at this test.
Wait,
I don't know what I'm
wait,
doing.
wait.
I put a secret room by accident. I'm trying to hit the enemies, but I don't.
Yeah, I know. It's not even working. Like, you're not even shooting tears right now. It literally gets rid of the way you shoot.
I don't get it.
Like, what's
What
going
am I
on?
missing?
This item is ass.
Yeah.
What? Do it again. Hold on. I gotta make sure. I gotta make sure.
Yeah. Okay. Give Epic Fetus.
Because
So-
maybe we're not
So
thinking
some
about it
people say that
correctly.
some people can say you can find secret rooms by doing this, but they, I don't know. Like, I don't get it.
I don't get it either. It makes no sense. What the hell?
Like, I can leave the room. The
Oh yeah,
enemies
the enemies came back?
I am
Detrimental, bro. It literally
It
respawns
made me leave the
enemies.
room.
What? Trash ass item. Epic Fetus looking ass.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either. Honestly. At least we finally got a detrimental item.
Yeah. Anyway, that's the list.
Yeah, that's our list. We're not ranking any more items. This is the last
one.
one.
Right now.
Epic Fetus.
No. Okay, it's insane. This is the only bomb item that I am willing to put in insane. It is that powerful, and it's easy enough to not hit yourself with it. That it's like, it's really good.
So-
actually, wait. I will show you one thing. This is relevant. Let's not. I just died again.
I'd like to preface, before we talk about this item, this is my favorite item in the game. I love Epic Fetus. I always have so much fun using it. I know a lot of people don't like using it. I love this item. I think it's so much fun.
Can you show my screen for a second?
Yeah, I am.
So it's actually like kind of annoying to use against Mom. Like this
Okay.
is legitimately kind of hard. Like
Yeah, you have to time it kind of specifically.
Mom makes it harder, but I basically need to like have it out already and then hope she stomps like that.
Right.
And like it's just awkward. That I got lucky.
That being said,
Like
look how much damage you're doing with no items against Mom.
that's true.
Look how much, like, if you had no items and tried to fight this Mom without Epic Fetus, I guarantee you would die. But with Epic Fetus, you could probably beat it.
I actually no. You know what? I actually think this might be easier without items. Without Epic Fetus.
Oh, I disagree. No items. No, you will definitely struggle more.
No, because it's so easy to hit now. And this is not a hard boss to dodge.
I guess this
I
specific champion version, maybe.
Oh.
No, you're getting hit.
Well, I'm bad at the game.
Yeah, but Epic Fetus would kill it quicker to the point where you can be bad at the game.
Maybe I'm
easier.
just bad at the game.
Well, that's the point. Good items are meant to help you not be bad at the game.
Yeah,
Epic
you're right,
Fetus
you're
would have
right.
made it easier.
True.
Okay. Anyway, but that's fair. I think that's the only boss in the game though that it's actively like kind of hard to hit.
I also think some rooms with a lot of like small enemies like spiders is a bit awkward, but it's not nearly as bad.
You're kind of right. Okay, so clearing rooms with this sometimes is a little annoying. But, unlike Dr. Fetus, this is the most free item to just bomb the door. You aim directly at the door.
I was about to say that. You said IPECAC is pretty free? This is even more free
This
than
is
IPECAC.
way more free. You literally just put the reticle over the door and then run through. It's that free. You don't even have to wait that long. Like, hello? You don't have to aim. You just do it.
Yeah.
So like that's kind of irrelevant. It's an amazing rush maker. It has some of the coolest synergies in the game. Infinite bombs. Like, hello? Let me see this damage test that you got going on. 70 off each shot.
I want to
What?
test how bad it is with soy milk. Wait. I want to test how bad it is with soy
Wait,
milk. Okay,
isn't
let's-
70 like... That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Off each shot with no items.
Okay. 350 in 10 seconds.
What?
I'm gonna give myself soy milk. Give soy milk. Because I'm pretty sure this sucks. Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks. I wish that was a better synergy to it.
I think it scales with tier rate very slight. No, it doesn't. No, it does. It does, I think. Very slightly. I think the missile comes down slightly faster. It's obviously not nearly to the point
that's
where you're going to make up for the soy milk.
That is definitely an anti-synergy. Soy milk is, to be fair, an anti-synergy with many items in this game. So I'm not going to give that too much weighting. I think that's more so of a detriment to soy milk rather than Epic Fetus. Because honestly, I can't think of many items that are... Like, I can think of more items that are bad with soy milk than items that are good with soy milk. I'll put it that way.
Kind of right. Someone's saying test delirium, so... When he has Gish in rotation, that is annoying. I don't not get hit there. I should have got hit there.
You do kind of have infinite range with delirium, but it is still kind of annoying to hit it. That being said, you don't need to approach like you do with something like Mom's Knife. Like, you could still just, like...
a lot of damage when you do hit. But yeah, I do see how this is a bit awkward.
It is. Like, this might be another case where just having, like, a good amount of tiers might be easier. But I also don't think it's bad. Like, I don't think this is detrimental.
Okay, the issue with Mum's Knife is the range.
Right.
Like, you see how right now I can kind of keep...
Yeah, you can just keep spamming it. It's kind of similar to tiers. You just keep spamming it, right?
If I have Mum's Knife, how am I even meant to do the damage in the first place?
Yeah.
Because my range is too small. It's like, I could have maybe hit him there. Okay. Well, he teleports.
Yeah, and then he just teleports away. And the tiers... It's too hard to approach. You missed him there.
See, I thought that was far enough. It wasn't enough. I didn't hit him.
There you go. There's one. You got one proc, and Epic Fetus did way more than that with just one hit.
Yeah. Okay, that was good.
That was good. That was good. Your MLG gaming.
See, I need to get like really close.
Yeah, it's just really dangerous. Yeah.
But yeah, if he was in that normal form with Epic Fetus, I could have just taken my distance and just dropped missiles on him.
So I would like to emphasize, because we're talking about a specific boss here. Because in Insane tier, we kind of have to start nitpicking a little bit. These items are insane, alright? That's why they're in this tier.
Yeah.
This is the point where I think nitpicking is very important. At the very beginning of the stream, we compared Knife and Brim, and Brim barely won the poll. Like, it was very, very close. And I'm 100% sure it's only because of safety, right? Now, there's an argument to be had that Epic Fetus might not be as safe. I love Epic Fetus, and I take it over these two other items every day because I love Epic Fetus. But... is that correct? Epic Fetus does do a lot of damage. It has a lot of cool synergies.
I think back when we did the secret room video,
Wait. Are you still in the Delirium fight? Are you still in the Delirium fight right now?
Yeah, I'm still there. If you want.
Give yourself Brimstone right now with Epic Fetus.
Oh yeah, that's a really good synergy.
I love Brimstone Epic Fetus.
Give Brim. Give Epic. Look, this is crazy.
I mean,
I still missed.
That's still somehow missed. Okay, but at least you're hitting every shot, basically. Like, you're doing something.
Yes, that was annoying me.
Like, once you get that point-blank shot on the Epic Fetus, damage will be done. I will say, though.
Where is he?
I will say, this is a test with no damage. So that's also important to note. But... like, you know, you're hitting every shot now, at least. There's that. It's a cool synergy, alright? This also room clears, like, everything. It just feels bad right now because we have no damage.
Yeah, but then you add in Spoon Bender.
Oh my god.
And I don't even have to aim, I can just drop these.
But yeah, Delirium kind of has a lot of health, it looks like.
I'm literally like not even engaging with him.
Yeah, you're not even really. Yeah, you're not even playing the game. So that's why I think Epic Fetus is fine for Delirium. Like, you could actually make an argument that Epic Fetus is still better than Tears. Because you could just stand on one side of the room and spam it, right? Even at base, with no synergies. Obviously you're gonna miss a lot, but like, you could just take it slow. And just like, stay at one side of the room and just keep spamming him.
Yeah, the issue with Mum's Knife, and the reason I mentioned it as being bad, is because of range. Like, I'm not gonna do damage if I don't get up close.
Yeah.
And even when I get up close, I can't really get that much damage as I want. Well, with Epic Fetus, I have range. So yes, it might be hard to hit the missiles sometimes, but at least I can hit them from anywhere in the room.
And Brim's the same thing. Like, you could just spam the Brim Beam on the other side of the room, and you will deal damage. Knife is the actual
eventually
ability.
kill him. He will die eventually.
Yeah, eventually. And same with Epic Fetus.
You're not going to make progress if you do that.
So I think no matter what, Brim and Knife stay tied the entire list. I either want Epic Fetus above or below them.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think back in the secret room list, I felt like that was before I did like a lot of DPS testing on all of the like insane tier items. I feel like after I've done those DPS tests, I feel like Epic Fetus is probably below them. It still can hit you. It still has times when it's bad, and yes, it carries a lot, even itemless. It can carry for quite well, but the other items like also just you win all the time. Like the other items don't really have downsides. Even Mom's Knife, it is bad against Delirium, but that's kind of it. Well, Epic Fetus still does have downsides. Like obviously, it's still insane. I just think if you're an insane item that can hurt you, or you're an insane item that does require super close range, something like that. Getting to Spirit Sword. I used to have Spirit Sword higher. I actually have Spirit Sword like near the low end of insane now. But I'm just thinking about it. Like compared to the other insane items, if it has a downside, that's quite relevant. And I think that's the case with Epic Fetus. So I think it is low insane.
It makes me sad, but I think you might be right. I just love this item. It's just fun to me, alright? But yeah, and it is still good.
I think if I'm Tainted Lost and I see Brim and Knife, I think that's a hard choice. But if I'm Tainted Lost and I see Brim and Epic Fetus, I think I'm taking Brim every time.
Oh no, Brim is an instant take for me over Knife. I actually think Epic Fetus is a take over Knife as well on Lost. But Lost is pretty specific. Like, I think the infinite range helps Lost a lot.
I can see it. I can see it. But I really value the ability to do damage like quickly. Like on demand. Because one problem with the missiles is it takes a while for them to land. So there's an enemy pressuring you. Like it's on your face. Knife, you can just stab it. Brimstone, you can just beam it. But Epic Fetus, you need to wait for the missile. And then you need to make sure you space the missile so that it hits the enemy that's chasing you and doesn't hit you.
Yeah.
You can mess it up sometimes.
You know what? That's fine. I am curious though. Let's just do a poll for fun. This is where it's gonna be. Spot won't change.
Yeah.
I wanna see. Do you think...
Let's go with time for once. Insane.
Insane. Epic Fetus.
I had a take. I had a good take, guys.
Versus... let's just say... Brimife. The true combo, Brimife. Epic Fetus. Brimife.
Let's do Brim/Knife. If you do Brimife, they might think it's the synergy.
I was just thinking that actually. Yeah, I think the synergy would be a little bit better.
I think I'm happy with that. That's good. We got less done. Our rate is getting slower over time.
I think I know why. There's just more items to compare to.
Yeah. This is actually fine. Oh, God. I thought we were gonna get like to an awkward point where we're almost done the flash items, but not quite. And the next stream we're gonna finish the flash items and it won't be the end of the stream. No, we might not even finish the flash items next stream, which is sad. We should make that a goal though. I want to finish the flash items next stream.
Oh, we can definitely finish the flash items. I was looking at where D20 was before. We had some long discussions this time. We can make it to the box. We can definitely do that.
Yeah. Especially since I think some of the items are simpler to talk about. Like Toothpicks is just a tears up. That goes where the White Coat Hanger does. Dead Dove is literally just Spirit of the Night. Blood Rites is bad. Holy Grail is next to the other HP ups.
Able is top 5.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. These aren't too complicated.
Yeah, they're not too complicated. Yeah, it looks like most people agree with us. Brim/Knife. I agree with it. I think, honestly, even I agree that these two items are probably more consistent. I think as specifically Lost... I think as specifically... Well,
sorry,
but then... Okay, as specifically Lost... Wait, no. In Insane Tier, I'm counting challenge characters more. I'm in a weird spot because I really want. I mean, Knife and Brim basically need to be tied because I think Brim's better, you think Knife's better. And it only, you know, Brim's only higher because of the poll. But like when I think about it, I think I take Epic Fetus as every challenge character over Knife. Like, no.
I actually think you underrate Knife a bit.
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not. Just think about how crazy Epic Fetus is on not just the Lost because of infinite range. How about the Keepers? Do you know how OP triple and quad shot is with Epic Fetus?
I'd rather have Knife.
What? It launches 4 missiles!
Yeah, but I could have 4 knives.
Yeah, but that's harder to hit. No, you know what's crazy about the 4 missiles too? Is that you can actually spread it. Like, do this in a test right now. Like, while you're shooting it... Okay.
They kind of, like, stagger. So you get, like...
Hold on. Yeah, do it, though, really quick. I want to show it. That's something a lot of people don't realize.
Like...
Yeah, so you can move them while they're shooting. Like, while the 4 bombs are shooting, you just continue to shoot them. Like, in different spots. And that's really good for room clearing, because, guess what?
Oh my god, that's so much damage!
That did do a lot of damage, hot damn.
When he's in base form, he doesn't have boss armor, so it does a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, the spread's very important. I can't do anything about it, because I know that the items are tied, Brim and Knife. It's just like... Again, I am basically only talking about the challenge characters in Insane, because, again, it's irrelevant to even talk about the other characters. Because every single one of the items in Insane is a guaranteed win as Red and Soul Heart characters. You actually just don't lose. So extra power is irrelevant there. But the safety on Lost and the much better synergy on Keeper, I think Epic Fetus is better than Knife. But not better than Brim, because of the reasons you said.
I just think that... I don't know. I think you overstate some of the weaknesses of Knife.
To be fair, I think it's also very specifically like Delirium and Hush and maybe Mega Satan. I mean, Mega Satan is so free. You just keep shooting up with Epic Fetus. You have to play the game more with Knife. You actually have to try a bit harder. And to me, having to try less means easier, meaning the item's better. You have more options.
Wait, no, I think you have to try harder with Epic Fetus because you have to keep in mind that you might bomb yourself. Like, you need to, okay, normally when you're playing, you just have to keep track of the enemies and you, but now you have to keep track of the enemies, you, and the missiles. Like, you're adding in a whole extra element that you have to keep track of.
I think on Lost, I think the big difference for Lost is that I think when I have Epic Fetus as Lost, I just bomb through the rooms. I think you're right. On rooms, Lost is dangerous if you actually try to clear the rooms. But I mean, you know, it's always free to just leave the room. I still think I can agree with your point on that. I think they're close. But I think on final bosses, it's not even a contest. Epic Fetus.
Final bosses, I would say Epic Fetus. No, I actually think final bosses, Knife has really good matchups into, except Delirium. I just think you do more damage with Knife.
I don't know. Okay, again, remember, we're talking about specifically Lost and Keeper, because the other characters don't matter. Do you really think that the Knife is consistently better than triple and quad Epic Fetus in infinite range on the Losts for final bosses?
For final bosses, Epic Fetus is probably a little bit better on... Probably a little bit better on final bosses.
On all of them, I'd argue. On every final boss.
It depends what... Like,
I mean, okay, let's be real. It's so obviously better on Keeper. It's not even close. Lost, it's a little closer. I'll agree. On Keeper, you're actually on crack if you think that Knife is comparable. I'm sorry. That synergy is so OP.
You're right. Because it doesn't... Again, Epic Fetus doesn't really care about tier delay, so you're just getting 4 times damage.
Yeah.
So that's fair enough, yeah.
I don't know.
I think
I
think on the Lost I would rather have Knife for sure. Keeper, you are kind of right on Keeper. The 4 times, or the 3 or 4 times.
Okay, it's not even close on Keeper. You actually can't even compare them. That's how much better it is on Keeper. Can we do a Knife versus Epic Fetus?
Poll.
You know what? Let's do it.
But that doesn't make sense because Brim and Knife were so close.
Well, they were.
Knife was.
They were, but this poll we did was Brim and Knife. Plus, remember, we did not bring up the points, right? Now we've brought up more points. There are more things people were not considering about Epic Fetus. That being said, there is still the weakness in the rooms, which is very relevant for Lost, especially. That being said, when I have Epic Fetus as Lost, I just bomb through the rooms anyway. Which isn't always great, obviously. You know, you want the room clear rewards and stuff. I'm just saying, like, when you have Epic Fetus, you usually don't need the room clear rewards, so it's usually just safer to just bomb through. Plus, you have Mantle. Like, when you're Lost, is it really that dangerous anyway? Like,
if you're tainted Lost, you don't have that.
True.
Don't have that liberty.
True. But if you're tainted Lost, you probably just always bomb through the rooms. But I feel like Lost would be fine. Okay, anyway, let's just do the poll.
It's me defending Knife and Mana defending Epic Fetus.
I think, okay, listen, and I don't think it's that crazy either way. I just think, look, this is coming from a perspective, chat, only rank this, okay, you know what, I'm gonna actually add this to the poll, because we've already said this. Only Losts and Keepers. This is very important. Because I can easily see.
I think you should add that to the poll. I still don't fully agree that's how you should rank insane items. I don't actually agree with that much.
No.
I kind of entertain it. I don't agree with it.
But it is so accurate though. What run could you ever lose as a soul hard character with these items?
I give it more impact, but I don't ignore the red health and soul heart characters for.
I think the impact has to be so much higher to a point where it absolutely should. Like, if one is clearly better for the other, then yes, it's relevant. And it should take over that spot. Okay, I tell you what, I won't say only Lost and Keepers. I will say mostly Lost and Keepers. How about that? There you go.
Just don't mention it at all.
No, I will, because it's important. Alright? Most people will consider only red health characters, and that's wrong. At this point in the list, we're talking about the hardest possible scenarios, because those are the moments that matter for ranking these items. These are guaranteed win items otherwise. As every character.
The amount of qualifiers you're putting on the poll is strange. I would rather have Knife on all characters. Yeah.
Maybe, but again, for criteria's sake, that just doesn't make sense. We're talking about what are the best items. And if these items are all the same win rate, it is irrelevant to talk about those characters. It just is. I think if you ignore that point, then I think you're just being a little too biased. Where we've always been ranking about win consistency, and 100% is 100%.
So I'm not biased at all.
Not you, I just mean like anybody that says that.
Okay. I mean, you can argue that I should be giving more weighting to challenge characters.
Well, okay, I get it for the overall poll.
ranking.
Listen, I get it for the overall poll, but for Insane Tier specifically, absolutely. Like, mostly just challenge characters.
I just don't really... I don't like funneling discussion to just specific characters.
I get it, but like, what are you talking about then? What are you actually, like, we're talking about what is the best item. What are you talking about then? Because to me, it sounds like that's just fun at that point. Because power does not matter if it's the same win rate. What is the safest and best thing to get to win? That being said, it looks like Knife is winning anyway, but I'm just saying, like, there's a reason why I'm bringing this up. Challenge and the challenge characters feels vastly safer with Epic Fetus, at least to me. That being said, the danger in the rooms is still a valid point on the wasps, but I also think the clear benefit of the keepers is so like massive that it absolutely outweighs that.
I feel like you think knife on keeper is bad. It's really not. I had it recently.
No, it's not bad. Of course it's not bad. Are you kidding me? It's knife. Nothing with knife is bad. It's an insane tier. The only thing that knife is bad for is delirium.
Knife on keeper is like actually good. It's better than brim on keeper for sure.
Oh no, it isn't. No, listen, if I'm underrating that, fine. I'll go on record on that in any day. Brim you pre-charge before every single room and then just sweep every single room. It's so free. It's actually not even close, that one. Knife is great, don't get me wrong, on Keeper, but like, you know, compared to Brim, no. I will die on that hill. But yeah, it looks like Knife is winning anyway. That's fine. I kind of would prefer that Brim and Knife stay tied anyway. I just like, going based off my criteria for the insane tier, I think it was valid. It was a valid comparison to make. But it's fine. Knife is really good. I'm for it.
Okay. That's pretty good. I think we are done here.
That was pretty good.